Horace, what's all this archaic anatomy and ado?
Tribune.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Turtle Tuesday, as it were. I apologize for being late today. I had some museum business to attend to. Went to go attend some,
from prehistoric time.
Echo L's, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And thank you, Dirk CT and Mellow10D Youth for the follows as well. Thank you. I was attending some seminar talks in Berkeley today and then grabbed some lunch with some other paleontologists. And yeah, I can show you a photo later if you want to see. But anyway, it's good to be here. We're going to be talking about leatherback turtles today, as we often do on this channel. We've also got some dinosaur news to cover. We'll play some Metazoa and just do some casual Q&A today as well. It's going to be a pretty chill stream, so I hope you're okay with that. If it's your first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. And let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Reaganation, thank you for gifting 6 months to Pup Tom. I appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you. Excellent. Appreciate that very much. Did you send you that press release? Yes, Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo. Oh yeah. What, November 4th, right? I've been so busy with other things, but yeah. Denver sent me an email about this too. He may have already sent me the press release, actually. But yeah, a week. Really exciting. Next week, I'm going to be doing a special stream with Dyson Dinosaur here on Twitch. He is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist, and he's got a brand new paper coming out. Really exciting one on duckbill dinosaurs. Oh man, I've been looking forward to this. Damn, good stuff. Anyway, where was I? I was introducing myself to anybody who might be new. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a paleontologist, a dinosaur paleontologist in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers, and this year during the autumn too. Many of you were here for that, for our live dinosaur digs. I spent 11 weeks. 11 weeks in the field this summer, digging up dinosaurs, collecting data, and streaming it live on Twitch. We'll see if we can break that record next year. See if we can break 11 weeks in the field. But anyway, yeah, but believe it or not, this is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills, is by streaming here on Twitch. This is my full-time job. This is how I fund my research and fieldwork and travel and everything else. Call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist if you want to. You wouldn't be wrong. But these streams are, well, they're the best way of doing science outreach that I know of. I get to show you, rather than just tell you, how paleontology really works. I can show it to you firsthand. If you're watching as we dig things up in the field, or conduct work in the lab, or visit museums, or interview other paleontologists like I'll be doing tomorrow, it's the whole point of paleontologizing. We're taking paleontology, which a lot of people think is an arcane subject, and we're making it real, showing you how it works, turning a noun into a verb. Paleontologizing. So I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions, because that's from the bread and butter of these streams. Like I said, today we're going to be talking a lot about leatherback turtles, but there's also a really interesting piece of news on Liaoningosaurus, really bizarre ankylosaur from China that I have worked on a little bit. Gotta say, I had a suspicion about this animal, which has proved to be correct, so we'll talk about that. We'll do a quick game of Metazoa at some point too, and all that. So yeah, good stuff. And very nice, Dr. Tara. Thank you for posting those. Excellent.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Dr. Tara, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Have you seen Dead Sound's new animation about the Kayenta Formation animals hunted by moonlight?
We might watch that today or maybe tomorrow, Dr. Tara, but I have seen that with the Dilophosaurus in the thumbnail. Oh yeah. Reaganation, thank you for gifting Kumikaze. I appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you, thank you.
Reganation gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Kumakazi _. They've
Thank you,
gifted
thank you.
359 months in the channel.
Appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good stuff. And Dr. Javasaurus says, hey Danny, just popping in. Hello, Dr. Javasaurus, welcome. Thanks for the field streams this year. I was a bit time zoned out, but they really helped me get to wind down, listen in. But oh, very nice, Dr. Javasaurus. That makes me happy to hear. I'm glad you found them relaxing and enjoyable. Hopefully be doing even more next year. We'll see. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Before I forget, let's do a quick post to Blue Sky, shall we? Let's see if that screenshot was halfway decent. We can do better than that. I'm trying to get the leatherback turtle in there as well. Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, we can do that. There we go. Get that cropped. And, yeah. Wow, that's a lot of notifications. Holy cow. There's Yogurt Garrel there. Posted a picture of me and Velia from TwitchCon. There's Belint in the background too. Good stuff. Anyhow. Let's post this photo. There we go. We're having a chill Turtle Tuesday stream on Twitch today. With additional discussion of Liaoningosaurus. They're juveniles. And whatever else chat wants to talk about. Join the discussion at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. And let's add some alt text here. Background featuring a 1/3 scale leatherback turtle 3D printed model, as well as a full-scale leatherback skull 3D print, and various framed illustrations of Dermacheles. There we go. That looks good enough. Doesn't gotta be perfect.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. If we get spelled correctly, go for it. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Here, profile. There is the link right there. Excellent. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway, it's so good to see everybody here in the chat. Again, sorry that I'm late. There we go. Was hanging out with some paleo grad students at a local pub in Berkeley. Got lunch there afterward, and it was a good time. Yeah. So anywho, that's why I'm over an hour late today. Tuesdays are like that sometimes. Tuesdays are often seminar days in Berkeley. You know, it's important for me to touch grass, as it were, you know? Can't do everything on the internet all day. And Dave Nevia says, what is that skull on the wall? Looks weird. This is Dermachelys coriacea. Who can tell me what kind of animal that is? Dermachelys coriacea. In fact, let me go get a non-3D print. Hang on. If you said loggerhead sea turtle, you'd be wrong. As with any of the other, 7 extant species of sea turtle, 6 other species? It's a leatherback sea turtle. Yeah. And here, so that's a 3D print that I did. It's not super detailed.
The land of the planet was clumped together in one.
We won everything. Hey.
Dinosaurs soon occupied
Appreciate
every
that.
corner of that world.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Always good to see you.
Thank
Keep
you.
up the good vibes.
I appreciate that. We won everything. Thank you for the good vibes and for the prime sub and for the kind words. I appreciate you. And Daisy Jones.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Daisy
Thank you,
Jones's
Daisy
search
Jones,
succeeded
for the
with their
raid.
3 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Ahoy, me hearty. Ahoy, right back at you, Daisy Jones. Thanks for joining us. Mischievous Sea Spirit. Well, you've arrived for the right stream. We're going to be talking about an ocean animal for a large part of today. In fact, aquatic and semi-aquatic animals are the subject of today's stream, especially leatherback turtles. One of the world's largest living reptiles, the fastest non-bird reptile in the world, the one that migrates the furthest. They lay the largest volume of eggs. They're the deepest diving. There's just so many superlatives for these animals. Yeah, holy moly. Let me show you. Check this animal out. This is a leatherback sea turtle. Dermachelys coriacea. They really are that big. They are the widest living reptile. One of the heaviest. The deepest diving. They have the longest migration. They're extraordinary animals in so many different ways. They date all the way back to the Cretaceous. So they've been around since the time of the dinosaurs. A lot of you will not be surprised to hear that, I suppose, given the animal's appearance. But they've been around for about 80 million years, give or take. There used to be multiple species. There's just one left. They have a worldwide distribution, and they are just superlative creatures. They're incredible animals, and they are endangered. If we don't work now to protect them, they could be gone within a few decades. Yeah, they are that big. Scutuel. Holy cow, they're huge, you know? And there you go, Alexander. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the biggest reptiles are crocs. Salties, gharials. American crocodiles also get very big. But leatherback is right there with them, almost as heavy. You're showing some slides from your holiday up to Gromo. Very nice, Daisy Jones. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway. absolutely superlative animals. And here is a, not 3D print, but a molded and cast replica of a leatherback skull right here. So this is life-size, correct in every detail. Pretty extraordinary. They've got this beak on the front that is used for chowing down on gelatinous zooplankton. That's sea jellies, salps, things like that. You can see they've got a really big orbit, really big eye socket there, because they do have very large eyes. They can see in very dark waters, because they're very deep diving animals. Just pretty extraordinary, you know? Yeah. That's huge, says Dr. Officer. I know, right? Like, the skull is bigger than mine. Not like I'm a particularly big person, but look at that, you know? Pretty extraordinary. So, yeah. Anyway, this is I got this from Bone Clones. So, yeah, it's very detailed, a little bit delicate. The one that we put up on the wall is a 3D print. And how far down can they dive? It's like 3 times deeper than the world record for a human scuba diver. They'll exceed 4,000 feet, easy. So like, what, 1,400 meters, something like that? It's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's such a nice model. Oh, this one here? Yeah, so it is... This is actually glued together. All of the individual bones are... Well, many of the individual bones are molded and cast separately and then assembled. So it's pretty exquisite. Again, a lot more detailed than my 3D print. And did it have a beak? No, does it have a beak? And it does, Lila Spartan. Yes, indeed. Here, I'll show you. I do want to get some fossil news out of the way before we completely dive into leatherbacks today. But they do indeed have a beak. I wonder if I can find you a clip from this. There's a wonderful show called Inside Nature's Giants. I'm sure Filippo knows about this already. It's kind of grisly, to be honest. It can be a little hard to watch, but it's fascinating.
The most dangerous dinosaur around.
And George from New York, thank you so much for the 33 months of support.
What's
Hey, George.
turtle stuff?
Well, we've been doing Turtle Tuesdays every once in a while. Well, shoot, for the uninitiated, I've been getting into leatherback turtles recently. They're kind of a newfound fascination of mine. I'm just enthralled by these creatures. Back in May, I was lucky enough to be able to go on a trip to investigate some family history in Puerto Rico. And just about every beach that I visited, there were these roped off areas with leatherback turtle nests all over the place. And I'd always known that these were, you know, particularly cool special animals. And Elias, thank you for the 42 months of support. Really appreciate that.
Ontogeny.
Thank you. For
42.
the 42 months. Holy moly, thank you for keeping me here online for that long. That is excellent. Yeah. So check this out. This is me on a beach on the island of Culebra, just off of mainland Puerto Rico. Yeah, that is a leatherback nest there. Suddenly these animals that I'd always known were really special, they suddenly felt very close to home. And I was just struck with this urge to learn everything that I could about them. And I realized we've got a platform here on Twitch. Got an audience full of really cool people. This is an animal that is at risk of extinction. Their numbers have been declining. We could lose them within the next few decades. They could go completely extinct. But you know what? I can do something about that. We can do something about that. And so I decided I'm going to get involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation. And so I've been doing that since then, and I've got some exciting stuff coming up in 2026. I'm still working out some of the details, but holy cow, I can say you should be excited. Really neat. Yeah. And how far do leatherback turtles go in terms of millions of years older than hardshells? So leatherback turtles diverge from what we call Chelonoidea, the hard-shelled turtles. About, I think, roughly 80 million years ago. So I can show you on our Tree of Life talks about this a bit. Like it's pretty okay. We'll jump to studentese, the turtles here. But yeah, leatherbacks go back to the Cretaceous period. So they're swimming around while dinosaurs were doing their thing on land. So here's turtles here. And then we get the Cryptodyra, which are the turtles that pull their necks in straight back. Not the side neck turtles, but these guys. Cryptodyra. And then you get the sea turtles here. So there's 7 living species of sea turtle. And this says 68.5. I think that's probably an underestimate. But anyway, the earliest branching one is the leatherback right there.
Reptiles own the skies, the land, and the sea.
And the
greatest
seas.
of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
That's true. That's true.
36.
But some of those creatures, those reptiles that ruled the seas were leatherbacks and other sea turtles. Thank you, Gamer L. 36 months of support. Really appreciate that. I hope you're doing okay, Gamer L. It's great to see you. Yeah. Leatherback turtles. Such cool creatures. Here, I can show you. Where did I put that? Before TwitchCon, I decided to do a little bit of graphic design. Graphic design is my passion. Yeah, there we go. I didn't do this. There. There we go. I made these stickers to pass out to folks. So, yeah. That's a turtle that I painted using some photo references. But I'm working on maybe turning this into a t-shirt design and maybe an embroidery patch too. At some point we'll do a like a merch fundraiser stream where I'll be producing a lot of merch, printing t-shirts and stuff live on stream, and then folks can order them, and then we can use that to raise money for leatherback turtle conservation. So yeah, many of you, well, some of you here in the chat were at TwitchCon, got one of these stickers in person, but I'm pretty proud of how they turned out. I think it was pretty good. But yeah, they've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. And Science says I was lucky enough to get one. I'll give you a dozen Science streams, Belinth. I was proud to hand you one. I'll be passing these out also at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in a couple weeks. And I'm really excited because I was looking through the abstract volume, which is now public, and we've got some new leatherback turtle findings, fossils of these critters and their relatives. So I'm really excited to go talk to those researchers, and there could be some potential interviews there in the future. We'll see. Yeah. And George New York says I was going to call them pelagic, but that's wrong. Yes? No, you were correct. They are in fact the most pelagic of all turtle species. They spend almost their entire lives out in the middle of the oceans. only the females ever come back to nest. Other sea turtles, the males and females will sometimes go bask on beaches and stuff. Leatherbacks do not do that. The male sea turtles, once they hatch, they never go on the beach ever again unless they die and wash up or something. Here. So one of the most incredible things about leatherback turtles is their remarkable migrations. So we actually have a population that feeds off the coast of San Francisco here. In fact, I was this close to being able to participate in a leatherback turtle survey at the beginning of this month, but they got canceled due to weather. Anywho, off by the Farallon Island, about 30 miles off the coast of San Francisco, and down by Santa Cruz and Half Moon Bay in that area, they're leatherback turtles that come here and they feed on sea jellies and stuff. And then they migrate all the way to Papua New Guinea, north of Australia, to lay their eggs. The females and the males migrate. The males breed with the females off the coast there, and then the females lay their eggs, and then they make this migration all the way back across the Pacific. I mean, imagine that. Imagine swimming all the way across the Pacific Ocean. It's a 7,000-mile journey, 14,000 miles round trip. Just extraordinary. So, leatherback turtles actually hold the record for the longest migration of any air-breathing aquatic animal. Truly extraordinary creatures. So yeah, pretty neat. Yeah. There you go, Mayor's. I've seen this. Yes, Mayor's face. Yeah. Anyway, and don't just take my word for it. Here, we can, I really need to contact Scott, actually. But, let's see. September. I gotta ask Scott about doing an interview on here with us sometime soon. Let's see, that would have been early September. There we go. So there is me and leatherback turtle expert Scott Benson. I drove down to Monterey to meet with him at the beginning of September. He just recently left the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, NOAA. That's great. NOAA. Because of budget cuts. He was like, I hope it's okay that I'm telling you this, but he's like, look, they're slashing the budget here. If I retire early, I can save 3 younger people's jobs here. So that's what he did. And good on him, you know? Good guy. Here we go. Here's a talk that he gave right here.
And these are the foraging areas that they're using. So what I've done here is we're using what's known as area restricted search behavior.
Why were fossils on my mind? I don't know, because they're cool. When aren't fossils on your mind? They go back millions of years.
Hanging out on furlough.
That's sick.
That's sick. Mikey Likes, thank you so much for the 55 months of support. Really appreciate that, Mikey Likes. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 55 months. Holy moly. Hanging out on furlough. Are you right now? Anyway, shutdown is no good. Anywho, is that Joe Burrow? Everybody knows this guy except for me. I saw him because there was a thing online where he was talking about fossils, and yeah, he's into fossils. This guy, he seems cool. Look from the USD. I'm sorry to hear that, Mikey Likes. I really hope you get a paycheck soon. That's lousy, but I appreciate ongoing support. I'm grateful for the time you can spend here. Hope you're hanging in there. Yeah. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Oh, I was about to talk about leatherback turtle migrations. We got to watch a clip with Scott Benson there. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after, or you just want attention? You just want attention. Is that it? Is that it? I think you want some treats. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, I see those eyes widen. That's what you're after, huh? What's that? Good stuff? Yeah. Nice. LSU. Oh, this is at Louisiana State University? Cool, Murph. Anyway, he's really into fossils, and I was actually talking with some folks at SVP about, like, you know, hey, the meeting is going to be in Ohio next year. Let's ask him if he wants free tickets. You know, that would be really cool. Yeah, it's neat when you have somebody who's like a well-known figure from outside of paleontology, but they're really interested in fossils. Gotta capitalize on that, you know? He seems like a cool guy, and I feel like he would appreciate getting to meet some paleontologists and hear all the hot gossip about new dinosaurs being published, new studies on ancient mammals and fossil turtles. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And yeah, Soundmeter, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, here's Scott Benson talking about leatherback migrations.
We've got a transmitter on an animal, and we're looking at how frequently it turns and how frequently it changes its speed. So an animal is turning frequently and changing its speed frequently.
Oh, so if you've got a leatherback turtle and it's turning frequently and changing its speed frequently, what does that mean, Chet? What do you think it's doing? Turning and changing its speed frequently. Right or wrong answers. Either one. Evading sharks, says George from New York. Hunting jellies. Hunting. Avoiding predators, says Charlie's Dragon. Illegal drag racing, says Mayor Space. Just doing donuts out in the middle of the Pacific. Maybe doing the hokey pokey.
Is engaged in what we call area restricted search or foraging. And those are in these areas that are been circled here in gold or in the darker colors. So here's the South China Sea. We've got the North Pacific Transition Zone, California Current.
Yeah.
Down here in the wintertime off the coast of Australia, off New Zealand. Some of them just around the corner in some Indonesian seas. These are very diverse habitats. Some are coastal and shallow, like California, for instance, or the South China Sea.
Yeah.
Some are out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and over deep waters. Some are temperate, again, like California or down off of New Zealand and Australia.
And Geo Jim, well, what could this be?
GeoGym 2006 and their 17 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Geo Jim, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. How are things? Welcome. Yeah. We're going to talk about some dinosaur news in a little bit, but I'm talking about leatherback turtles right now because viewers had some questions. So good stuff. What were you talking about today? I'd love to hear about it, if you wouldn't mind saying. Anybody who might be new, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, although I'm kind of getting into turtles now too, I suppose. But yeah. I do paleontology here on Twitch. Whether it's digging up fossils live in the field, on stream, or doing office hours here. Answering questions, looking at videos, interviewing other paleontologists remotely like I'll be doing tomorrow. All kinds of stuff, so welcome new folks. Anywho, let's get back to this right here.
And some are completely tropical. South China Sea or these Indonesian
Dinner time.
seas.
Enjoy your dinner, George. Thanks.
What unifies these places is that there are physical mechanisms in each of these places that help to aggregate jellyfish.
Yep.
So
that's
even
what
though
the
it's not
leatherbacks are after.
a uniform, like, oh, it's a specific temperature or a specific chlorophyll content or something like that, it's really about what's happening with, is it sea surface height that's aggregating these animals or frontal regions that's aggregating these jellies again?
Anyway, I'll go back a little bit. Let's see. Where was the... Thank goodness for these transcripts. This is a fairly newish thing on
Whales go further, like the Arctic tern, but they're flying.
There we go.
Of any, again, the migration across from the nesting beaches to California. This is the longest migration.
Pretty impressive.
Of any air-breathing aquatic vertebrate. And what I mean by that is that, yes, there are birds that go further, like the Arctic tern, but they're flying. There are some whale sharks that might go as far, or maybe a little further, but they don't ever have to come up for air.
Yep.
The leatherback turtle is actually pushing water across the entire Pacific Ocean.
And coming up to breathe all the time.
On the order of 10 to 12 months to make the journey from the nesting beaches over here to California. The trip back is shorter, likely because they're in better body condition after gorging on jellyfish for months.
There you go.
And so that they can get back in about 7 to 9 months.
Nice. So imagine that in just 7 months, swimming all the way across the Pacific Ocean, eating along the way, coming up to breathe every few minutes. Pretty extraordinary still.
Dominant pattern in all this is actually that green arrow here, which is, again, I mentioned before that these animals go back to engage in reproductive activities every 3 to 5 years.
Breed
so
there.
What happens in between is they'll come out of here, out of California, usually leaving around late November, early December.
Yep.
Over winter out here in the eastern tropical Pacific.
So I'm actually going to get to go on a pelagic bird watching trip over the weekend that I'm very, very excited about by the Farallon Islands. And there is a non-zero chance that we'll spot some leatherback turtles, I can hold out hope for that. It's not impossible. We shall see.
And then start moving on their way back to the California current in March. And that's the dominant pattern, as you'd expect if you're only going to nest every 3 to 5 years.
Yep. Anywho, such cool creatures. We'll get back to leatherbacks in a bit, unless anybody has any pressing questions right now. But I figure birds, and maybe leatherbacks, and whales too. Go get it. In fact, I think it's actually advertised as a whale watching trip. There's no guarantee that we'll see whales. We'll definitely see pelagic seabirds. I'm hoping for albatross, murres, skuas, scoters, things like that. So yeah, non-zero math. It's my favorite kind of math. Yeah. Yeah. And sharks also, maybe? Potentially, Alexander Morrison. Potentially. And I will not be streaming any of that, Christy S. No, sorry. Not this time around. Maybe next year if... I've never met these folks before. They would need to get to know me before they would let some rando do live streams like that, But that's the thing. This next year, 2026, this is going to be the year of paleontologizing professionalism. Very excited about this. I mean, we've been making contacts left and right. I'm a Twitch ambassador now. Like, we've got some standing there. I've got some things going on with various museums. I'm really looking forward to kind of professionalizing these streams a bit more. Growing our viewership, but also growing our following in science as well. Having collaborations with different museums and organizations like that, with conservation groups, taking you to places we've never been before, meeting researchers, interviewing them. There's exciting stuff coming up. I can't wait. Holy cow. And some of this actually starts tomorrow. Oh, this isn't it. Hang on. There we go. So, tomorrow starts our first official interview with Dr. Kerry Woodruff. He's our inaugural interview guest. Through the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, we're doing a new series called The Fossil Finders. We're going to be interviewing other paleontologists and researchers of different stripes too.
Do you got dinosaurs?
And Rabid Scotsman, thanks for the raid. How are you doing?
Rabid_Scotsman and their 5 raiders want to know what it's like.
Appreciate that, Rabid Scotsman. How are you doing? How was your stream? Drat. Okay. That's not Carrie's number, apparently. Anywho, yeah. Hello to the sharks and rays, also to any pinnipeds or sea otters. We'll definitely see pinnipeds. I don't know about sea otters this far north, but if I see any Golganak, I'll say hi for you. We're sure to see harbor seals and sea lions, especially. Probably dolphins, porpoises, probably some whales. I'm really hoping for leatherback turtles too. We'll see. And Riptonias, or Riptonians. How are you doing? Hello, hello. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Here, I actually need to send a text real quick. So give me just a second. Turns out that's not Carrie's number. Let's see. Texting Liz. Let's see if she finds it. Anyhow, good stuff. Rabbit Scotsman, I hope you had a wonderful stream. What'd you get up to? And the Beard 3D Goat, how are you doing? Rabid Raid, yes indeed. The 3D goats are my favorite kinds of goats. You know? When a goat is in 3 dimensions, you know, it feels like it's right there in front of you. You know? And you gotta appreciate that. I've never 3D printed a goat, but I'm 3D printing a Megalosaurus lower jaw right now. I may or may not put this in the SVP auction as well. But yeah, I gotta make sure to keep an eye on this periodically throughout today's stream, because I've been having a little bit of trouble with the 3D printer. But anywho, yeah. And hey, Opinion Paint, how are you doing, Opinion? Things are good. It's good to see you. And 4D goats are a bit too much. I agree. When they're moving through time like that, Charlie's Dragon, it's just... Yeah, they are hard to pin down. Physically and conceptually, you know? Where were we? Yeah, tomorrow, interview with Kerry Woodruff. I have to send him a text to remind him about this. He's been super busy lately. Just had a brand new dinosaur come out a couple weeks ago. So I'm sure he's been doing a lot of different things. But, yeah. I'm belatedly sick from TwitchCon. I'm sorry to hear that, Pinion Pangs. I am doing great. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you're taking care of yourself. And Baja Smancer, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. Let's do a quick game of Metazua, shall we? Our, daily animal guessing game. There we go. I like playing this on stream because it gives us an opportunity to talk about how different organisms are related to one another. Talk about phylogeny, talk about the evolutionary family tree, and it's just fun too. So if you're unfamiliar, this is a daily guessing game. There's a mystery animal of the day, and you gotta try and figure out what it is by using an evolutionary family tree to kind of narrow it down. It's kind of akin to that game Wordle, if you've ever heard of that mystery word of the day game. But here, let's go ahead and start.
Hold on to your butts.
So there is a mystery animal. We will type a guess into here. And then the way that the game works is it'll show us the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And you use that to kind of narrow it down bit by bit. So yeah, and indeed, thank you, Lenina. No spoilers if you've done it today. Trying to be as honest as possible about this, while also trying to get it in as few guesses as possible. So anyway, no hints if you've already done it. I know it might be difficult to just kind of sit on your hands for a minute, but appreciate it. So I usually like to start off with a placental mammal. That's kind of our custom here. This game is kind of biased toward mammals and birds to a certain extent too, but I like to start with a mammal. Chad, give me the name of a mammal that's not a marsupial or a monotreme. So it doesn't have a pouch, doesn't lay eggs. Give me the name of any other kind of mammal. And we'll start off with that. Again, because this, like I said, kind of heavily biased toward mammals. Petrolactylus says dog. Okay, we can do dog. Okapi says science streams. They have Okapi? They do not have Okapi. Sorry, Belen. Yeah, and bat for Halloween? You know what? I like that, Fluffy Down on. Let's do a bat. We've got several kinds of bats. Wombats, albatross. But vampire bat and fruit bat are other two. Let's do, in honor of Halloween, let's do vampire bat. And okay, it is a placental mammal, but it's not a bat. It's not a chiropteran, but it is a Laurasiathere. So we are actually really close with that. Let me show you what I mean. So, this is the Tree of Life. As far as we know, all living things on our planet all descended from a common ancestor a few billion years ago. So all life on Earth comes from one common ancestor. So every living thing on our planet is related. So we can arrange those relationships in a family tree like this. Let's jump to animals first of all. Animals are right here. We've got about 1.4 million species represented on this tree. And then we guessed vampire bat. There's the common vampire bat there. But our critter was not a common vampire bat. We guessed that, and Metazua goes, nope. It's not a bad. Best I can do for you is Laurasiatheria. So let's zoom out to Laurasiatheria, and I'll show you actually how close we got in the grand scheme of things. Out of 1.4 million possible animals, we actually have it narrowed down to just 2,000 now, which is pretty good. So Laurasiatheria is the clade that includes bats. This is an evolutionary group that includes bats, insectivorans like moles, goats, hedgehogs, carnivorans like minks. So what's funny is, yeah, Laurasia theory is bats and cats and not rats. Rats are going to be over here, and you are Contoglires. So yeah, just bats and cats, no rats. So anyway, we know that our critter is a Laurasia theor. Laurasia theria. But it doesn't get us any closer than that, so it's probably not part of this clade. And it's... Sometimes the game can be a little screwy, so like there are certain clades that it doesn't include that it should. So sometimes we kind of outsmart the game to our detriment. But I'm gonna trust it right now that it's not gonna be part of this clade, Cetariodactyla. If it says Laurasia theria, it could be a kind of insectivore. We're looking for like our most basal outgroup there. Our most basal in-group, I should say. So it could be a mole, or a shrew, or a hedgehog. Let's search hedgehog. If we get this in 2 guesses, I'm gonna be impressed. Let's see. No! Darn. Okay, so we did unfortunately outsmart the game in a way that is detrimental to us. So it's probably some kind of ungulate, an artiodactyl here. Darn. Oh. Okay. Well, let's test that hypothesis. Let's try, like, camel. These camels are... Well, you know, let's do something more derived. Let's do, like, a whale. Let's try blue whale. See if that gets us anywhere closer. Golgan says orca. Yeah, we'll try a whale like that. We'll try blue whale. Okay. It is an artiodactyl, but it's not a whale. So the artiodactyls... Oh, here's cetacea. These are the whales. And then them plus hippos is Whippomorpha. That's the name of that clade. So our critter is an artiodactyl, but it is not a whale. It could be a camel. I should have just gone with camel from the start. Let's see if this gets us anywhere closer. No. Oh, come on, Metazoa. They should have these subclades in there that'll make it easier. Like, you can actually narrow it down in a clever way, but they don't have those. The game is like... It's not a whale, it's not a camel. It's some other kind of artiodactyl. Let's try something like goat. Okay, it is a pecorin. Let's look up this clade on Wikipedia. Infra-order of mammals. So this includes giraffes, deer like elk and muntjacs, pronghorn, sheep, pecora. Okay. So again, we searched goat. So goats are a kind of caprid. There we go. So goats are over here. So it's probably not going to be a member of any of these little clades. It's going to be something further up. So it could be an antelope, I think. Yeah. Or some other kind of bovid. Let's try antelope. And oh no, shoot, goats are a kind of bovid? They are. Shoot, well, we know it's not a bovid. Okay. Okay. It's not one of these guys. It's outside of that clade. So it could be something like a deer. Or a giraffe, potentially. But we know it's not a whale. Let's try deer. See if it's a cervid. And that's it. All right. Yeah, not too shabby. We got it in 7 guesses, which is not the greatest. Yeah, that was not a great showing, honestly. And that's gonna bring our average up. Yeah, 5.3. It was 5.2 yesterday. I'm not even gonna post that. We're not doing our best here. Oh well. You're banking on giraffe? We just had giraffe recently, Petrodactylus, and they don't repeat them that frequently, as far as I know. So yeah. Yeah. And are all cetaceans whales? Well, so here's the thing about cetacea. Let's find them again on the family tree, because Auroran Studios wanted to know this. Whales. Yeah. So, from a paleontologist perspective, the word whale and the word cetacean, cetaceans are all of the animals in this group, those are interchangeable to a paleontologist. To other people, you know, maybe, well, you know, porpoises aren't actually a kind of whale. It's like, well, no, they are. If whale means cetacean, then they are. Dolphins are a kind of whale. Porpoises are a kind of whale. Narwhals are a kind of whale. Both your... The two subcategories that actually make a difference, the ones that actually matter, are the odontocetes and the mysticetes. So, you have the mysticetes here. These are the great whales, or the baleen whales. These are ones with the baleen in their jaws. So this kind of filter feeding apparatus that they have there. And then you have the toothed whales, the odontocetes. The name means toothed whale. Thank you, PostMaxJ, for the follow. So, mysticetes, and then the other group is the odontocetes, the toothed whales. These are the ones that have teeth, and these are the ones that echolocate. The great whales, the mysticetes, the baleen whales do not echolocate. These guys do. So those are your two main groups. So that's the thing, is that if a sperm whale is a whale, and everybody calls it a whale, then so is an orca. A killer whale. Yeah. So these are also a kind of whale. If sperm whales are whales, then by definition these guys have to be whales too. Does that make sense? So yeah. And yeah, your beluga there, Golganek, is an odontocete. Yes, indeed. Belugas are over here. Yeah, good stuff. Anywho. Excellent. Okay, thank you, Liz. Here. I gotta send Carrie a message. I'm so busy. I haven't had time to do this. There. What I can do is copy and paste the text from this to... Note quadruped. There we go. Start chat. Type the number in. Hang on just a minute, chat. My apologies. There we go. Control A, Control C, Control V. Sent. Okay, beautiful. Appreciate your patience there, Chad. Good stuff. Okay. And Mega Balena is the new prehistoric baleen whale from this year. Very cool, Wild Lucas. Nice. There's a friend of mine on Blue Sky who often posts about new fossil whales and other marine animals like that. Especially Cenozoic marine vertebrates, marine tetrapods, things like whales, pinnipeds. Yeah, I guess Cenozoic marine mammals. As if there's any other kind. There we go. Yeah, Robert Bosenecker, Doctor of Whaleontology. He's a whale paleontologist, aka whaleontologist. But if you want the inside scoop on a lot of these new fossil whales and stuff like that, follow Bobby. He is on it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Pigeon Being, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Our only bird? Are you asking, are birds the only living dinosaurs? Because, yes. The only living dinosaurs around today are birds. Birds are the only dinosaurs to have survived that big extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. So today, the only dinosaurs we have walking around, or flying around, as the case often is, are birds. Birds are the only living dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Too bad he's not studying hippos as well and could be a whippomorphantologist. There you go, Murph, yeah. And birds are super cool, Maxine. And hello, Snowy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome back to Paleontologizing. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Hang on tight just a second, chat. Cool. Ornus the Avian Fiend says, my backyard's full of tiny dinosaurs. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I presume you're talking about birds. But yeah. And that one guy says, it still blows my mind how creatures of different sizes and diets on the land and in the sea and in the air survived the mass extinction. Like what made a horseshoe crab, a spider, and a coelacanth able to do it, but others couldn't? So that's a good question. We're still kind of figuring out the pattern there as to which critters died out and which didn't. Like, why? You know? This is a figure from a paper that hasn't been published yet, but I'm pretty sure this relates to North America. at the KPG extinction, so 66 million years ago when that asteroid hit. The percentages you're seeing here are the percent extinction rates. So, and that's percentages of species. So, 40% of freshwater fishes, about 20% of crocs and champsosaurs, 22% of turtles, 22% of chaudates, that's salamanders and their relatives. 94% of bird species, 92% of lizards and snakes species died out, 90% of mammals died out. So that's our own group, the mammals, almost got completely wiped out. They nearly went completely extinct. But the non-bird dinosaurs, they were 100% completely wiped out. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. It's we're still figuring out why, you know? And there are patterns here where it's like with birds, only the birds without teeth survived. And that may have been that they were adapted for eating seeds, and seeds were some of the few things around that they could get during this global apocalypse, you know? If you were eating meat, if you were eating plants, you were a goner at the time. If you nested in trees, you were a goner because the trees were knocked out. No more trees. So like if you were a ground nesting seed eater, you're like the only kind of bird that survived. And from that small group, that bottleneck, all of the other bird species that we have today. And how many bird species do we have alive today?
Over 9,000!
It's not an exaggeration. Most ornithologists say about 10,000, maybe even 11,000 species of living bird. They all evolved from just a handful of species that survived the KPG extinction. And Ultrasaurus says, "Hey Danny, hey Ultrasaurus, I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am. I hope you're doing well too. It was an honor to share that stage with you for our panel. Yeah, it was great. I hope you had fun with that too. It was fun chatting and spending time with you at TwitchCon. Likewise. We should do a collaborative stream at some point in the next few months. I'm going to be super busy all through November, but after that, we should see about doing a joint stream. I think that would be really cool, Ultrasaurus. If anybody's following Ultrasaurus, there's a shout out there in the chat. She was doing some Jurassic World Evolution 3. Very nice. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. Airspace says, what? 9,000? Yeah, believe it. And that one guy says it's not even size specific. Compies are tiny and didn't get taken out. No, they were extinct long before that event. So Compsognathus is from the end of the Jurassic period. So it died out or evolved into something else like 150 million years ago, give or take. When the extinction event was 66 million years ago. But yeah. But yeah, leatherback turtles did make it somehow. Thank you, Shadowhunter3467 for the follow. It's good to have you here. Appreciate it. Yeah. And the thing about leatherback turtles is that they did survive that extinction event, or at least their ancestors did. Their dermocheliids, this group in general, the leatherback turtle family did survive. But they were not particularly large as far as fossil turtles go. So I'd like to introduce you to Archelon here. This is, as far as we know, the largest turtle that has ever lived. These guys went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period when the asteroid hit. Leatherbacks were small by comparison. Archelon was a truly enormous animal. Just gargantuan, you know? This is a critter that's like Yeah, well, I guess that's Leviathan Achilles right there. But anyway, just enormous creatures. Archelon, just gigantic. There's an Archelon skeletal mount there that I got to visit back in 2021. I'll show you that VOD there. There we go. I don't know my Morrison theropods that well. Yeah. Splitting the continent in two, you ended up with this big inland sea with all of these wonderful animals inhabiting it. Oh my goodness. Archelon. So cool. This, of course, is Archelon. So, this is, I think it might still be the largest turtle that ever lived. Yeah, I think it still is, even a few years later, in the present day. Like,
leatherback sea turtles today are pretty big. They could be like the size of a small car. This is like the size of a large car. Archelon.
So, also, I would like to say this demonstrates that even back in 2021, I was still talking about how cool leatherback turtles were. This is not like a completely new thing. I wasn't as fascinated back then as I am today, but yeah.
The biggest, largest
Check
turtle
that out.
ever found, according to the signage. Its name means ruler turtle or king turtle. Yeah, like archosaurs, the ruling reptiles.
And Yogurt Girl, the ROM probably does have one of these. Yeah. In fact, actually, I want to say that they have one of these, or maybe had. It might be gone as of now, as of the past few months. But let's see. I don't know if that's Archelon or Protostega, but they do have. Here.
The moon does exist.
It's true, it does. From down the mountain. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. See if I can find this. In Orlando, Florida. And here we go. There's this ride called Dinosaur. They may have just closed it, actually. I did a stream from here in last year, 2024, because I heard that they were going to be closing down this whole part of the park, and this is like, it's part of my childhood, you know? Anyway, you go through the ride, and then at the end, there's the ride there, dark ride, pretty cool. At the end, you exit through the gift shop in traditional theme park fashion. And then look at that! Look up here! I don't know if that's Archelon or Protostega, but it is a giant soft-shelled marine turtle. It is some kind of protostegid turtle. I don't know if it's Archelon specifically or Protostega. But, yeah, check it out. So some of you, if you've ever been to that theme park, you've seen this in person, you know? Really neat. Anywho, that's Archelon there, or Protostega.
Pretty neat. So these bones along there are osteoderms that are fused onto the rib cage.
You never got to see that Petrodactyl?
So
sorry. Well, shoot. Here, I'll give you a link to the VOD, because I did a stream from there last September. Dino Land. It would help if I'd spell it right, but it worked anyway.
Liaoningosaurus. And thrilled to be able to show you around. So welcome. How was your trip?
Anyway, it was just cool walking around seeing all of the paleontological accoutrements.
Are we doing okay in terms of signal and everything? Let me.
I'll give you a link.
Got a musical performance over there. Always something going on. Anyway, there's the main gate for Dino Land USA.
Unfortunately, they're closing this because I don't. Disney Corporation seems to be out of ideas.
Beautiful design here.
The Brachiosaurus tail is way too long.
These guys had fairly short tails. We'll talk about that when we go over there. They had to kind of dislocate the tail just to make it not look weird, but
here it is here.
The original Brachiosaurus. So Elmer Riggs helped dig this thing up sometime around the turn of the century for the Field Museum in Chicago.
1903, something like that.
And there are not very many replicas of this throughout the world. You could see one, well, you used to be able to see it outside
of the Field Museum.
But they've since dismantled it because of weather damage.
Petrodactylus says any plans on making it to the Field Museum for the Pokemon fossil exhibit next year? I need to know when it's going to be there next year, but I did have plans to go to the Field Museum, hopefully. There's somebody I want to interview there about the Chicago Archaeopteryx. I was going to do that this past July, and the timing just didn't work out. But I'd love to be able to go there.
You can see one in the airport at O'Hare. We've got another Brachiosaurus there. This is the only outdoor one that I'm aware of anywhere in the world.
Yeah, pretty cool. Anywho, yeah, Dino Land. This is a ton of fun.
Berkeley and from the Smithsonian and from many of our emotes. Yeah. This event says put your head in it? Okay. Do that. Pretty cool.
And I was...
Oh, Dino Land.
Sweating like, I don't know, when I was there. Super humid, warm.
I don't know. As a dinosaur paleontologist, this just feels really special. Just to have this exuberant celebration of dinosaur science. It's pretty neat.
There we go. And then here's our big fossil turtle. I guess our signal cut out for a minute there. Here we go. Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space, yeah.
Huh.
I should have gotten one of those, you know? This is some of the few dinosaur-branded souvenirs they still had, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad we didn't go on the ride because not only would it have been too dark to see, but also we would have lost signal repeatedly, and that would have been really frustrating for everybody. I've already ridden the ride 3 times today, so I've gotten my fill. But yeah, just wanted to show off.
Check out this enormous protostega that they have up here. It's a gigantic late Cretaceous sea turtle.
I don't know if it's Archelon or Protostega.
I think it's like Campanian stega.
So that's why I said Protostega.
That's a sea turtle as big as a car. Really impressive. I think that's Protostega. It might be Archelon, but it looks more like Protostega to me.
The head looks more like Protostega.
Anyway, pretty cool.
Assuming we know what the head of Protostega looks like, I need to learn more about these critters.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
And Ultrasaurus makes a really good point. Ultrasaurus says, I do love that in Dinosaur they used Carnotaurus as the bad guy. Nice to swap things up a bit. Exactly. And I think I talk about that a bit here. Yeah. That's a small
Carnotaurus right here.
This is kind of funny to me for a number of reasons.
Those are not Carnotaurus legs there.
Does anybody notice anything about the hind limbs?
Those look familiar to you at all?
Hind limbs right there?
It's got the arctometatarsalia condition. Not something you see in a Belosaurus.
I'll let you mull that over for a minute.
This is from a time before we called it the KPG boundary. This is 1998. Remember that this ride premiered?
It was a cool design, absolutely, Salamander, yeah.
How awesome is this? You know? Like world-class museum displays in a theme park. Pretty cool. There we go. It's got a Tyrannosaur hand, like, exactly. Yes.
Yep.
So the thing is, we don't actually have hind limbs for Carnotaurus.
Those are moving below the knee.
And here...
So yeah, Carnotaurus. Carnotaurus skeletal. Where is that diagram? I think they have it on Wikipedia. There we go. Yeah. So for Carnotaurus, we don't have the tail past these caudal vertebrae right here, and we don't have the distal part of the hind limbs. So I guess we do have the knee right there. So we've got the proximal tibia. We don't have the hind limbs. So for this, they're like, we'll just use a T-Rex legs. So they did.
It looks like they just used hind limbs of, well, Tyrannosaurus. Use T-Rex legs to kind of fill in the gaps here.
You can see that arctometatarsalien condition, the metatarsal's pinched in like that. You've got metatarsal 3 that's basically just this tiny little wedge in there.
It's got T-Rex legs.
I was just wondering, what do you think the Earth looked like?
Bill Nye.
Wow, there it is. As you can see, it's...
Anywho, if you want to watch that, I look back on this fondly. I'm so glad I got a chance to visit before they closed the whole thing down, because I think that may have happened already. No, I guess it closes in February. There's still a chance to see it. Okay. That's disappointing though, because that was one of the, one of the great dinosaur attractions in this country, and nothing good lasts too long, I suppose. It's disappointing. Yeah.
Been going for almost 3 hours at this point. And I will grab a drink, Ungoy. I'll do that after we wrap up.
I understand they're a profit-making enterprise. They're not very good at it, or else they could have made a profit with this.
Let's see. And Salamander, I already went on the ride 3 times. That might be
mismanagement.
Before I started the stream, so don't worry about that.
And anywho, we got a question from Quokka. There we go, from Atomic Quokka. We found dinosaur bones / fossils. Yes, indeed, Quokka. Safe to assume we know what the shape of a given dinosaur is? For the large part, yeah. I mean, like, when you take Carnotaurus, for example, here's a dinosaur that we only have one skeleton of. There's only ever been one skeleton found of Carnotaurus, and this is how much we have of it. We don't have the feet, we don't have the end of the tail, but we've got the majority of the animal, and we even have skin impressions from it. So we know the texture of its skin, we know the arrangement of some of the osteoderms and stuff in the skin. But most dinosaurs, for the majority of dinosaur species that have been named, there we go. And there are quite a few nowadays. That's just the A's right there. For the majority of these, there's only ever been one skeleton found, and it's usually pretty fragmentary. So most of these are known based on just a handful of bones. Some of your other better-known dinosaurs, things like Triceratops, we literally have hundreds of skeletons of that animal. Hundreds of skulls, at least, and then dozens of skeletons, so we've got a pretty good idea of what that critter, what its osteology is like. Yeah, so certain dinosaurs are better known than others. You know, that makes sense, right? So, yeah. How do we know the musculature and flesh color and everything? So for most dinosaurs, we have to guess what colors they were. But for a few, like Sinosauropteryx, like these guys in the chat, exquisitely well-preserved fossils actually allow us to figure out the color of the feathers. So these guys actually have fossilized feathers on them. They are so exquisitely well-preserved that there are feathers fringing the back and then the underside of the tail, and we can tell that they had stripes like this, running down their tails, much like that. So for a few key dinosaurs, we've got a really good idea of their appearance. We were just talking about this yesterday, in fact, when we were trying to figure out the musculature and the skin and the other soft tissue bits. This just came out, was it last week? Yeah. So here is a duckbill dinosaur, Edmontosaurus, and we don't have the coloration for this guy, but we know how much flesh is around the digits on the feet right here, and on the hands. We know that they had a hoof now on their hands because that part has been preserved. We know the texture of the skin, the size of the scales. We even know that they had kind of a fleshy ridge that would run up their back like that, with these interdigitating spikes on top, like this. So again, it's an exquisitely well-preserved specimen that has skin right there. Look at that. So for a few dinosaurs, we can figure this out, because we have exceptionally well-preserved specimens, but for the majority of dinosaurs, there's a lot of guesswork. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And that one guy says only one fossilized skeleton found for something like Carnotaurus, yet I feel like it's pretty common in entertainment media. I know, right? Carnotaurus might be... If you were to come up with a particular dinosaur taxon, genus or species, who has like the highest disparity between number of specimens found and number of depictions in popular media, and like popularity among the general public, Carnotaurus might have the greatest disparity, where there's only one specimen that's ever been found, and yet it's all over the place in pop culture. So Carnotaurus has been featured in Disney's Dinosaur from the year 2000. It's been featured in like Jurassic Park action figures and toys like this. It's been featured in lots of video games and stuff like that, lots of books. It's been featured in Jurassic World. I don't remember which movie it was in, but it was in one of those. There it is there. Just all over the place. It's a really popular dinosaur among the general public, but only one specimen ever found. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And what are a few other dinosaurs like that? Asked that one guy. Let me think. I don't know, a lot of your most popular dinosaurs, so like, here. If we search assorted plastic dinosaurs, that'll give us a bunch of these actually aren't dinosaurs. Your flying pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. Your swimming plesiosaurs, not dinosaurs. Dimetrodon, not a dinosaur. But, oh, Dilophosaurus is another one, only known from a handful of specimens. There's like one good skeleton and a couple of less complete ones. So Dilophosaurus, not particularly well represented in the fossil record, at least not thus far. We haven't had a lot of Dilophosaurus discovered. Let's see. This might be a deep cut for some of you. Like, this might not be the most... well, I don't know. Ornitholestes. You might remember this guy from Walking with Dinosaurs? Only known from one skeleton ever been found, as far as I know. Ornitholestes hermani. There we go. In fact, it's on display at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. There's a cast of it there. Only ever been one specimen found, you know? So there's still mysteries. Is it a dromaeosaur? Does it have a sickle toe claw like they show here? Or does it not? Yeah. Again, I think only known from one specimen. Let's check Wikipedia and see. Yeah, to date, Ornitholestes is only known from a single partial skeleton. There you go. Yeah. And always adored this dinosaur in Walking with Dinosaurs. Yeah, it's a fun critter. Yeah. And Snowy the Velociraptor says Spinosaurus. Kind of, yeah. So Spinosaurus, we're finding more and more material of it, but the question is it actually Spinosaurus? The original holotype specimen of Spinosaurus was destroyed in an Allied bombing raid of Munich, Germany, in April of 1944. So the original specimen is gone. Other people have been finding other things that they say are Spinosaurus, but you can't compare it to the original material. You can't hold the original material in your hand and compare them, because the original stuff got blowed up in the war. And a lot of the new material that's being found is not even from Egypt, it's from Morocco. So is that even the same dinosaur? We don't have a great handle on the stratigraphy there, so we don't know if they're from the same time even. We could be talking about a different dinosaur from a different place in a different time, and people are calling it Spinosaurus. So... there you go. So you've probably seen this image here. This is a composite. It's made up of multiple different animals that may or may not all be Spinosaurus, you know? They're kind of mixing and matching between different individual animals that might well be different species or different genera. So yeah, it's tricky. It is tricky. Yeah. Anyway, how are you doing, sweetie pie? You're back. Yeah. Oh. You don't have anything better to do right now? No? Oh, did you come back for treats or just for cuddles? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Vexy says, does that mean it won't be possible to identify other skeletons as Spinosaurus based on the original specimen being destroyed? I'm not going to say it's going to be impossible, but it's just more difficult. And I think people have been really eager to claim that other critters are Spinosaurus because the original, you know, when the original skeleton was destroyed, I don't know, it's got an almost legendary place in the annals of dinosaur paleontology now. So everybody wants to claim that they found more Spinosaurus, but you're not even in the same country anymore. The original one's from Egypt. When you're in places like Morocco or Niger, and you're claiming that you have Spinosaurus material from there, do you really know it's from the same species, especially if you only have fragments? It gets tricky. You know? You know? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The void needed filling, so to speak, even if it isn't the same animal. Exactly, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. And you're welcome, Vexy. Yeah. push the camera around. She loves doing this. Yeah. And a different holotype could be assigned. Yeah, we would call that a neotype, Murph. That's the name for when the original holotype is destroyed or something. Yeah. So Wikipedia. Type. Biology. Neotype. A neotype is a specimen later selected to serve as the single type specimen when an original holotype has been lost or destroyed, or the original author never cited a specimen. So yeah, we would call that a neotype. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah, Sweetie Pie does grind on things with her chin for sure. Do you want some more treats? Is that what you want, Sweetie Pie? Is that what you want? We can make that happen. Yeah. Here. How's that? Good stuff? There we go. What do you think? Oh, look at that. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. And hey, Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. So, we've gone kind of far afield. We're talking about different kinds of dinosaurs. Let's talk about Liaoningosaurus for a minute, shall we? What a weird animal this is, and we've got some exciting new stuff. There's a new paper just published in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is SVP's in-house journal. Here we go. So you're all familiar with ankylosaurs, right? Ankylosaurs are these four-legged armored dinosaurs. They tend to be very, bulky animals. I started reading Darren Naish's book, Dinopedia, recently, and he was talking about ankylosaurs. He said well, let me find the exact quote, actually, so I'm not misquoting him. Let me grab it. But he talks about how different they feel from all other dinosaurs. Here we go. I started reading this on the way to TwitchCon. And, ankylosaurs. Here we go. Again, this is from Dinopedia, which I'm enjoying. It's a little book like this, and he just kind of goes through alphabetically. He's like, here's a bunch of dinosaur subjects like this. Oh, and I had a bunch of turtle stickers fall out of this. Okay, that's where these went. Nice. But yeah. I can't help but think of ankylosaurs as utterly detached. Oh, now hang on. Dinosaurs tend to be tall-bodied, long-legged creatures with aesthetically pleasing lines and streamlined, muscular bodies. I can't help but think of ankylosaurs as utterly detached from this, as low-slung, stumpy-legged, jagged, comically broad animals that lived close to the ground. They are, I submit, the most atypical of dinosaurs. The ones whose evolution was the least predictable among given dinosaurian beginnings. That's not a bad description, Ankylosaurs are weird. And one might say that the weirdest of ankylosaurs is this guy. What? This is Liaoningosaurus, which was hailed as an aquatic ankylosaur that ate fish. It is tiny. It has been preserved in lake sediments. It has been interpreted as an aquatic animal. It is incredibly bizarre. I remember when this critter first came out, when this was first published around 2017 or so. I was like, do I believe this? Is this real? Chat, is this real? As the kids would say. What an utterly strange creature. Liaoningosaurus. It's almost like a dinosaur that wants to be a turtle. Like a little snapping turtle. And it is small. It's a small animal. Just strange. So, I have a personal connection to Liaoningosaurus. Back in 2023, I had a project with Jim Kirkland where we were talking about this animal, and Jim said, you know, I know that the original authors say that they found fish skeletons in the ribcage of these Liaoningosaurus. He says they're interpreted as fish eaters in that original paper. He's like, I don't know if I buy that. Their teeth look almost like the teeth of marine iguanas. Maybe these guys were algal grazers, like marine iguanas are. So marine iguanas will dive down into the ocean. And here, I'll show you. And it was found in China, Vexy. Yes, indeed. So Liaoningosaurus is from Liaoning province in China. Why is this taking so long to load? Come on, YouTube. It's probably like all the AI garbage they have in there that's just slowing everything down. There we go. There we go. So they dive into the water. So they swim down to the bottom. Unlike a leatherback turtle. Yep. Anywho. So the teeth of these guys are somewhat adapted for eating all of this algae and stuff. Yeah. Anywho, and so my idea with Jim is that maybe these guys weren't fish eaters. In fact, maybe they weren't eating fish at all. Maybe that just this fish happened to end up in the rib cage. Yeah. Skeleton classification, paleobiology. There we go. The author suggests that Liaoningosaurus was carnivorous based on the elongated and fork-like denticles of the crowns of the cheek teeth, sharp unguals, sharp claws, on the hands and feet, and the presence of fish within the skeleton of the second specimen. Anyhow, Liaoningosaurus, the point is it's a really weird animal. I'll show you my my poster from the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference. Let me grab that. There we go. It's a little big. I actually had an issue printing it. Also, there's a manufacturer error, so there's a big run in it. Frustrating. But, also, the conference organizers, the dimensions that they listed, they're like, oh yeah, you can make your poster 96 inches wide. So I did, and then it was too big for the poster board. So they goofed up on that. Anytime that a conference organizer tells you, oh yeah, the dimensions, they give you some arbitrary number, don't trust it. Because they probably don't know what they're talking about. That happened last year at SVP. It happened at the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference in Utah a few years back. But anyway, here's my poster here on Liaoningosaurus. Liaoningosaurus as an algal grazer is the title. There's my illustration of this critter here. Compared it with marine iguanas and stuff. Let me just show you the image. Because I think I can just show you on screen. Research, Kylosaur work with Jim. There we go. There we go. There's the poster there. I'm really passionate about poster design. I like to make eye-catching posters that get people to pay attention. They can't be too text-heavy or anything like that. You just convey your key points, like we have here. Yeah. Anyhow. Posters are done wrong by most people, in my opinion. This is a scientific conference poster, so this is research that I was presenting at a scientific conference to my colleagues. And thank you, Vexy. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. So the teeth of Liaoningosaurus resemble the teeth of algae-eating animals, whether they are marine iguanas or various kinds of fishes like wrasses, surgeonfish, fishes like that. They're pectinate. It's comb-like almost. Where they've got these big cusps that come off them like that, which is interesting. Anywho, but one of the things that I was wondering about, and one of the things I actually included on the poster, Liaoningosaurus paradoxus, the paradoxical lizard from Liaoning. Ontogenetic stage unclear, I said. Ontogenetic stage unclear. May represent a juvenile of the coeval Chuanqilong, or Chuanqilong, which is another kind of ankylosaur from the same time in the same place. Liaoningosaurus is really weird and small, and it frankly looks like a juvenile. I suspected this at the time, and yeah. But nobody had done histo on them. We didn't know if the original specimens were juveniles or adults. They kind of assumed that they were adults in the original paper. However, we've got a brand new paper that just came out from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, from SVP. The Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, our in-house journal. GVP Online Access, here we go. Liaoningosaurus. Check this out! We had somebody testing this idea finally. Are these animals juveniles? Or are they mature? Here we go. There we are. Bone histology of Liaoningosaurus. The ankylosaur, Liaoningosaurus, from the Lower Cretaceous of Liaoning Province, China, is represented by numerous specimens identified as juvenile individuals based on the body size, but without bone histological evidence. Here we present the first osteological study of the species, osteohistological study of the species, based on 2 referred specimens. The latter being the largest known. So they're still small, but they cut those bones open and they looked at the growth rings under a microscope. All thin sections of Liaoningosaurus specimens in our study lack lines of arrested growth, no lags. They lack an EFS and secondary osteons. This indicates that both specimens were less than 1 year old at the time of death. These animals were not full grown. They were not anywhere close to that. They are juveniles. So it could be that these guys are juveniles of... What is the name of our other ankylosaur? Ornithischians, Liaoningosaurus. Maybe it's not from the Ischian biota. Maybe it's... Hang on. Yeah, Chuanqi Long. That means legendary dragon. This is an ankylosaur from about the same time. From Liaoning Province in China. Barremian to Aptian in age. From the Jiufotang Formation. Chuanqi Long shows many similarities with Liaoningosaurus and may represent a later ontogenetic stage of this taxon. They very well could be the same exact dinosaur. Same species. Very cool. Very cool. So yeah. And there you go, Guggenek. Yeah. Yeah. So they're Anki tadpoles, says Dark Mappeteer. Potentially. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
So it could be that this is an adult Liaoningosaurus. Very well could be. We're still figuring some of this stuff out, you know? It's exciting. That this is published now, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And I don't think we have any histo done on Chuanqi Long yet. I have to look at the literature, but I don't think so. Histology is not... It doesn't seem to be all that common in China yet. For as much as China is becoming kind of the world center of dinosaur paleontology, there's a few things that they still kind of have to catch up on. And so I'm really glad that they've done that on Liaoningosaurus. It's important. I'm super glad that they've done that. So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So good stuff. Exciting. Thor QC says, why you stream when there's a game of the World Series XD? I don't know what you mean, Thor QC. Yeah. Anywho. And Silvotrode says, it says Chuanqi Long were 4.5 meters in length. Does that mean in the case of the same animal, they lived in the water and then went? It's possible. Did Liaoningosaurus actually live in the water most of the time? Maybe. And maybe the adults didn't. Or maybe Ankylosaurus as a whole were a little bit more aquatic than people realize. There's interesting stuff going on here. So... One thing that ankylosaurs seem to do, kind of more often than you might expect, is what we call bloat and float. So these animals, they're found more often than you would expect at the bottom of ocean sediments. Meaning that they got washed out to sea. This is a land-living animal. They got washed out to sea and preserved at the bottom of an ocean. We have this for Borealipelta here. We have this for Niobrarasaurus. We have this for Elitapelta from California. I think we have it for the holotype of Nodosaurus. And maybe Hoplitosaurus as well. There's a bunch of different ankylosaurs that got washed out to sea. Buried there. Maybe these guys were hanging out in the water, in fresh water, in rivers and stuff like that. Maybe that would help explain why we have so many of them washed out to sea. Some paleontologists have looked at this already. We honestly don't have a big enough sample size to like really say anything with confidence. But it's an intriguing idea. Maybe ankylosaurs in general, in North America at least, and maybe in Asia as well with Liaoningosaurus. Maybe the juveniles are hanging out in the water. They're like aquatic. And the adults kind of become semi-aquatic. I don't know. It's an intriguing idea. Testing it. Figuring out a way to try and falsify that hypothesis. That's where it gets tricky. You know? So yeah. That one guy says maybe they're like hippos, using the water to make things easier for them to move around. Maybe. It's easy to say these things. But as scientists, we're all about testing ideas, you know? That's what sets science apart from other ways of knowing. In science, we can come up with a good story that sounds plausible, but it's not scientific until you come up with a way to actually test it. You know what I mean? So, it might seem plausible, might make sense. Might be like, oh yeah, sure, I buy that they're doing this or that. But it's not scientific until you find a way of actually testing that idea. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. And Little Pink Pony, we were just talking about this yesterday with axolotls and other caudatins like that, other salamanders and their relatives. But yeah, a lot of amphibians are like that. They have juveniles in the water, but that's the thing, is that like the juveniles breathe in the water. Like that's how they respirate. They come up on the land when they're mature. I don't think that ankylosaurs were breathing underwater. That would be crazy. But yeah, I don't know. These are interesting thoughts, I suppose. Because how do you test them? You know? Oh yeah. And does Ken Carpenter still study ankylosaurs, or is he retired? I saw him in 2023. He was presenting research at the same conference that I was presenting my Liaoningosaurus poster at. So yeah, he's still doing stuff. Or at least he was then. He might be retired, but he still does paleo as far as I know. Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, see, this is what Jim and I were talking about. Maybe youngsters of some species were grazing on algae and water plants, and the adults move on to nearshore plants both above and below water. Could be. Yeah. Because it could be that, like, being in a river or lake, it protects the juveniles from predators, you know. And then when they get bigger, bulkier, better armored, they're able to defend themselves on land better. So they're able to live on dry land most of the time. You know, we're speculating here. These are difficult ideas to test, but Sounds plausible to me, Charlie's right. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. A lot of water plants are softer too. That's often true. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Does that not lead them directly into crocs? I mean, they're not related to crocs, Dr. Pitt. They're ankylosaurs. You know that. Do you mean lead them into the same habitat as crocs? Yeah. It does raise the question, did Liaoningosaurus live alongside crocs? So the Yixian Formation, Yixian biota. Also content, paleobiota of the Yixian Formation. So we've got different reptiles here. Don't tell me we don't have crocs from... Are there no crocs in this formation? Weird. That would be super strange. That would be super strange. So we've got Charistodires, like Champsosaurs, but where are the crocs? That's really strange. Don't know of any Chinese croc forms during the Mesozoic, especially late Cretaceous. Bizarre. That is really strange. What about neighboring formations? Asked Dr. Tara. Well, let's take a look at the Jufotang Formation. Jufotang Formation. There's Charistodires, but there's no crocs? Strange. If that's the case, maybe the babies were safer in the water, says Little Pink Pony. Maybe. Again, in science, we have to be careful not to come up with a just so story. You know? An explanation that, you know, it makes a really good story to tell, but, you know, what evidence is there for it? That said, it's intriguing. No crocs in here, but you've got weird reptiles like Charistodires and things. You've got turtles. You've got potentially aquatic ankylosaurs like Liaoningosaurus. Maybe there's something there. Maybe an absence of crocs has something to do with it. Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. And there you go, that one got... Yeah, that is what we call convergent evolution. When you get unrelated organisms that develop similar structures. Convergent evolution. Where from different ancestors you get similar morphologies, whether it's wings and locomotion via flight, whether it's a similar like fusiform body shape in the water. You know, sharks, ichthyosaurs, dolphins, and penguins. These animals do not share a recent common ancestor. Like the body shape that they have with, you know, these fins like this torpedo-shaped body, pointy end at the front. They didn't inherit this from a common ancestor. They all evolved that independently. That's what we call convergent evolution. So whether it's developing a duck bill like the platypus and the duck, or shark-like body shape like sharks and dolphins, those are not things they got from a common ancestor. Even more remarkable, we have sugar gliders and flying squirrels, two completely different groups of mammals. Flying squirrels are squirrels. They're a kind of rodent. The sugar glider over there, also called the flying possum, that's a marsupial. They're related to kangaroos and koalas. This critter is more closely related to a Tasmanian devil than it is to a squirrel. And yet they've both of these two critters, the flying squirrel and the sugar glider, they've independently evolved this gliding ability. There were similar evolutionary pressures placed on them, and they evolved in a similar direction despite having totally different starting points. So cool, you know? That is so cool. Again, just to show you how distant they are, we can look them both up on one zoom. So, flying squirrel, right here. Yeah. That or they haven't found any croc fossils yet, always a possibility. That'd be really strange, because crocs tend to be common in environments. Their osteoderms are widespread. If they haven't found any yet, there's probably just no crocs, I would imagine, Alex. Anyway, flying squirrels. So, from flying squirrels to sugar gliders. There we go. These guys are super separate from one another. They last shared a common ancestor 160 million years ago. So they've been separate and evolving in, you know, like, these two critters have been separated for 160 million years. And with sugar gliders, they are a kind of marsupial. So again, they're more closely related to a kangaroo or a koala than they are to a flying squirrel. And they've got completely different skulls, like a lot of different parts of their skeletons are just wildly different. Yeah. Pretty neat. That's convergent evolution, baby. Pretty cool, right? Oh, man. Anywho. And Gaius Flavius Josephus says, as if they didn't turn into crabs. So only crustaceans really do the crab thing. I know people make a big deal about carcinization on the internet. Like, oh yeah, crabs. In evolution, everything becomes crab. That's not true. I mean, it works for crustaceans. Different kinds of crustacean will evolve a body type that we might call crab. But in other groups of animal, it's not a thing. Yeah. It's become a meme. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, so, here. So, yeah. Reject monkey, become crab. There's only one step, and it is crab. Yeah. Will you turn... This is not a thing. Will you turn crab? No. No, not a thing. So, it is true of crustaceans. So each one of these is a different kind of crustacean. I think one or maybe fewer of these is actually a true crab. Some of these are lobsters. Some of these are other kinds of crustaceans. Yeah. Or these are all porcelain crabs, which are not true crabs. Anyway. Yeah, it's when non-crab crustaceans evolve a crab-like body plan. So there you go. Turns out that's just a body plan that works really well. Having a squat body, big claws, a lot of little legs behind. It works for crustaceans. When you're a crustacean, this is a great body shape to have. Very versatile. Yeah. So yeah. You've never heard of this Petrodactylus? It's a big thing online. But yeah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I still understand it correctly as crustaceans not too dissimilar from crabs tend to turn into crab-like forms. That's because I know the background. There you go. That's what it is. Carcinization. If you want to... And you posted the link already. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah, it's... Just learning by thunder would be funny to say. No worries, guys. You gave us a great opportunity to talk about this and dispel a little bit of a myth here. So, yeah. I know people online are just goofing, just memeing, just trying to have fun. But it's my job as a paleontologist and a science communicator to try and offer a more in-depth understanding of these things, because the details are often really fascinating and interesting, and they can help you understand the world around you better, understand our place as human beings in the history of life. Diatom says, I get crappier as I get older. Well, there you go. I don't think diatoms have ever evolved into a crab shape, have they, Diatom's Attack? They're doing just fine as they are. Yeah. More of a science confusicator. You are not. That is self-slander there, Diatom's Attack. If anybody's not yet following Diatom's Attack, you're missing out. Wonderful science communicator and just a really chill stream to hang out in. If you're looking for more good science here on Twitch, look no further than Diatom's Attack. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Good stuff. So, quick diatoms. We'll use diatoms as a segue back into leatherback turtles, shall we? Diatoms are these remarkable microscopic organisms. They are planktonic, they are photosynthetic, they produce a good portion of the oxygen that you're breathing right now. They live in saltwater and freshwater, and they are beautiful. Look at these frustules. Shells, these glassy little bits of remarkable organic architecture. Diatoms are so cool. They're neat. When are they going to make a film about a giant mutant diatom rampaging through Tokyo? They should do Seattle instead, you know? Have a diatom knocking over the Space Needle. That would be cool. Tokyo Tower has been knocked over enough times. Let's give Seattle a turn. I think that would be cool. You could have a diatom battle a tardigrade. That would be pretty neat, actually. There might be a size difference there. The tardigrades might be bigger than diatoms. Tardigrade versus diatom. But yeah, I feel like this is a creature that is also underrepresented in giant monster movies. It would be cool to have a, you know, a 300-foot tall water bear tardigrade. Yeah, it would be a short battle. Diatom gets eaten. Well, yeah. Someone's throwing shade at this tardigrade here. 8 legs, all the better to creep you out. Claws serve no purpose. They evolved purely to gross out biologists looking at them under electron microscopes. Huh. Yeah. Anyway. Big diatom rolls on its side, just barely filling that big silver arch. I don't know the structure's name. There you go, Alexander. Yeah. Yeah. When they were in space. That's interesting, that one guy. Yeah. Did they eat the redheaded kid who was always scared? The kid with the freckles who's always scared of everything in Magic School Bus? I want to say a dinosaur tried to eat him at one point, but I don't remember. Tardigrades in space. I love that, Charlie's Dragon. Wild. Yeah. Wow. Huh. Wild. Anyway, tardigrades, cool critters. I'm sorry we got off on a tardigrade tangent. We're supposed to be talking about diatoms. So diatoms are... Spartacus Washington, thank you for the follow. Our alerts are taking a minute here. I don't know why. And space dinosaurs says... Well, they're not dinosaurs, you've seen. In fact, there's debate over whether tardigrades are even animals. They're animalliforms or something like that, but they are... Yeah. I think they might be outside of animals proper. I'm not totally sure. Diatoms Attack, are you still here in the chat? Because... Oh, there you go. Giant 8-legged trash bag with a vacuum cleaner face attacks local city. There you go, yeah. Or, I don't know. You've got better things to do, maybe, than sticking around here. But check this out. I searched... diatoms on leatherback, and we've got SEM images of epibiotic diatoms found on a leatherback, loggerhead, and olive ridley sea turtle. This would be a really cool crossover stream, Diatoms Attack.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thank you, Spartacus Washington, for the follow. There's that alert. Excellent. And who's the author? Asked Uh-oh. Is it you? Full text available. Author. Site. Here we go. Are you in this author list? You're not an author for this. Okay, okay. But man, if you either have a sample of diatoms collected from the back of a leatherback turtle, or if I could get you some, that would be a really cool crossover stream that we could do. We could do all kinds of other crossover streams, but that's like that seems like the lowest hanging fruit potentially. Yeah, interesting. Let's do it. I have diatoms from other turtles in my lab, right? Meow. But you don't have leatherback turtles? I guess I could stoop to the level of, you know, Colonia mitis, a green sea turtle. But no, we're talking about freshwater turtles. Okay. I have been trying to get more into turtles in general, but that could be really cool, Diatoms Attack. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. And that one guy has got some wondering about what diatoms are. So diatoms are a particular taxonomic group. They're organisms that are all related to one another. They are a kind of plankton, but when we say plankton is like a broad basket of different critters. It's kind of like saying, oh yeah, that car, it's a sports car. That doesn't tell you the make or model. It doesn't tell you where it was manufactured. You know, is it a Toyota? Is it a Porsche? Is it a Lamborghini? Sports car is like plankton, you know? Plankton can be foraminifera, diatoms, radiolaria. Plankton can be microscopic larvae of crabs or fishes or whatever. Those are all plankton. They drift around in the current. They're small, they drift, they're plankton. So diatoms, they are planktonic. They're a kind of critter that you could call a sort of plankton, but diatoms are a specific evolutionary group. They're all related to each other. They're all on the same branch on the family tree, big branch. So plankton is like saying dinosaur? No, because dinosaurs are also a specific group of animals. Plankton is like saying predator. Not like from the, not like predator from the movies, but like an animal is a predator or an herbivore or a grazer or whatever. Plankton is like a broad category, but it's not a group of organisms that all share a common ancestor. It's not a clade, as we would say. So yeah. And that's different crimson. Yeah. Sports cars drift around with the current. Got it. There you go, Airspace. Yeah. When they fall off the container ship, then I suppose they do. Yeah. So plankton are organisms that drift in water or air. What? They're aerial plankton. But they're unable to actively propel themselves against currents or wind. Yeah. So yeah. So compare that to dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are an actual clade. They're a taxonomic group. All dinosaurs evolved from the same ancestor. And that's why they're all dinosaurs, is because they all come from the same exact place. They're all related to one another, or they're all cousins, essentially, if we're grossly oversimplifying. Plankton is like, you've got organisms from that group, you've got organisms from this group, you've got organisms from over there, but the reason we call them plankton is because they're all totally different things, but they drift around in the current, That's why they're plankton. Does that make sense? Yeah. Just like how, pickup trucks, it doesn't mean they're all manufactured in the same plant. Pickup trucks, we call them pickup trucks because they have a big bed. Well, the beds are shrinking over anyway. But Honda makes pickup trucks. Toyota does. Chevy, Ford, Dodge, Nissan. They're all pickup trucks, but it doesn't mean they're all from the same manufacturer. They don't have the same origin. You know what I mean? That makes sense? So plankton, there you go. Diatom's attack says, man, plankton's a way of life, man. It's not who you are, it's what you do, I love that. I'm gonna use that from now on. Plankton is a way of life. Yeah. Anyhow. And Gaius, oh boy. There's another thing is that, yeah, I don't know where people get this, but there's this misperception. I'm not calling you out, Gaius Flavius. This is, I hear this a lot in, outside of Twitch too. Airspace says, I didn't choose the plankton life, man. It chose me, you know what I'm saying? No, yeah. There's this misperception that seems to be pretty widespread in the general public that the reason why dinosaurs got so big is because there was more oxygen back then. Or somehow Earth's gravity was lower or something. And those ideas are completely wrong. Dinosaurs were around for a long time, over 150 million years. They didn't get big because there was more oxygen or lower gravity or anything like that. They were around for a long time, and while Earth's gravity stayed the same, it doesn't change. Oxygen levels went up and down a whole bunch of times during the age of dinosaurs. That's not the key to them getting big. The key to dinosaurs getting big was a bunch of different things. They're just supremely well-evolved animals. Very efficient in the way that they carried their bodies. We'll probably talk about this a little bit tomorrow. Let's see. Here's a figure from a paper of a guy we'll be interviewing tomorrow, Kerry Woodruff. This is a sauropod dinosaur. This one's a juvenile. But look at all the blue here. What's that blue right there, chat? We've talked about this many, many times. What does this blue color represent? That sky blue, this dark, unsaturated blue, the bright electric blue right here. What is that? You got it. Yeah, those are air sacs. Pneumaticity. So we have lungs, we have air sacs, and we have pneumatic diverticula going through the vertebrae right here. These animals were all full of air. That's one of the reasons why they were able to get so tremendously large, is they were just supremely well evolved for being animals walking around on land. They were much less dense, less heavy than you would expect them to be for their size. That's one of the things that allowed them to get as big as they got. They still would have been very heavy because it's a big animal, but less dense than, say, an elephant or something like that. They're much more efficient in the way that they're built. This is one of the keys to the dinosaur success, one of the reasons why they were able to get so big. Efficiency, exactly, Deathsaurus. Dinosaurs were part balloon. I mean, kind of, Thomas Attack, yeah. 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 So again, the lungs are just this part right here. That is the lung, this, like, dark blue. So yeah, there you go, there's the key. Lung. Air sacs are this bright electric blue right there. So just like birds, they had air sacs in their torso. And then we have the pneumatic diverticula. So these are essentially like hollows in the vertebrae that are hooked up to the respiratory system. So when these animals would breathe, the air would first, I think, go into the air sacs, and then it would get pumped from the air sacs into the lungs, and I think also into these pneumatic diverticula. So they're all full of air. It's pretty cool how that works. And it's just like modern birds. In fact, it's not just like modern birds. Modern birds got this from their dinosaur ancestors. So this is a sauropod. This guy did not evolve into a bird, but birds come from the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Dinosaurs like Velociraptor. Birds come from a dinosaur that would have looked a lot like this. And these guys also have those air sacs and hollows running through their skeletons. So yeah, cool to think about. Yeah, dinosaurs are dirigibles. I don't know if I'd go that far, but they were full of air, certainly, which is pretty cool to think about. And could oxygen be absorbed in the air sacs? Sort of. So the way that birds breathe is complicated, but it's also much more efficient than the way that we mammals breathe. Here, Clint's Reptiles actually has a video about this. I've not seen this yet. Let's take a look. He does good stuff.
Well, hi there. I have been promising for a really long time to explain one of the craziest things, maybe the craziest thing I learned in my entire zoology undergraduate education, which is how the bird lung functions. And I just explained it.
I need to reach out to Clint and see if he would want to do a collaboration at some point, because I think that would be really cool. He seems like a cool guy.
Last month during Dinosaur December in this video, but in case you missed that,
he did air.
There you go. Make sure you didn't have to miss out. So let's finally talk about that avian lung. It's really weird. And this was the most revolutionary thing that I learned in my undergraduate zoology education. Most of the things that I learned were just details about things that I already knew to exist. I had no idea.
You like that idea, everybody?
But as we discussed before,
humans
and other mammals have a blind sac lung. Well, if you're an elite mountain climber, you probably have some of the most efficient human lungs on the planet.
Yeah, you can train and
you would
develop
probably
that
need to bring a considerable amount of oxygen with you to climb Mount Everest. A few of the most elite mountain climbers have managed to summit Everest without oxygen. But they are moving about as slow as an upright person can move and are breathing about like this. And when they get to the top, they can say, I am the king of...
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Bicklin Racing. Brooklyn Racing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The world. And how humiliating it must be in that moment to see a flock of bar-headed geese fly, which is more energetically costly than running, even at sea level, where the air is much thicker, right over your head, going honk, honk.
So what's amazing is that geese and what are they? There's a certain species of crane that literally they migrate over the top of Everest. They're flying in air that's so thin that helicopters can't even be up there. You can't fly a helicopter that high. But these birds, who are the descendants of dinosaurs, can just fly right over the top. It's amazing.
Honk honk, which is just goose for ha ha ha. How is this possible? What kind of sorcery is this? Well, we first got a window into what kind of sorcery this is when a man found a goose with a severely broken wing. It had a compound fracture with the bone protruding through the skin. And he did the humane thing that anyone would do in this case. He tried to drown the goose in a barrel of water. And no matter how long he would hold its head underwater, it wouldn't drown. Later, they did similar experiments with birds with broken wings where they tied off their tracheae and they still wouldn't die. So what the heck is going on? Well, birds...
Who is being this cruel to birds, by the way?
Don't breathe like we do, or like reptiles, in most cases. I want you to do an experiment with me here in a moment. I want you to breathe as normally as possible. In a moment, I will tell you to stop breathing, and then I will give you some more instructions. Okay, so breathe normally.
And you bet, Gaius Flavius, of course.
Breathe normally.
Breathing normally. Okay.
Stop. Okay, now exhale normally. Now exhale a little more. A little more. A little more. Okay, now just exhale as much as you can. Okay, now you can start breathing normally. What did you just find out? Did you learn that when you exhale, you still have a lot of air in your lungs? Now here's the thing. Your lungs work by getting air very close to your blood so that oxygen can move from the air to your blood via passive diffusion. This means that it is dependent on concentration gradients. Oxygen will move from areas of high concentration to areas of low concentration until the concentration in your blood and the concentration in the air are the same. When you exhale normally, do you think that it's fair to conclude that you could potentially exhale the same amount a few more times without inhaling if you had to? That's certainly my observation. Which means that every time you inhale, the newly inhaled air instantly mixes with all of that air that's still in the lung. Air that has already been depleted of oxygen. And therefore, you lower the difference in oxygen concentration in the air relative to the blood, and thus the amount of oxygen that can be removed before the two amounts are equal. Not to mention the fact that because the air doesn't really move in a constant direction, the blood can't move towards regions of higher oxygen concentration. In other words, your lungs are very inefficient, but at least you can run and breathe at the same time. Well, birds, they don't really breathe like this at all.
They don't. So birds have what we call a unidirectional airflow system. It's so cool how this works. So I'm so glad I can share this with you. And Clint is doing a great job of explaining it. Holy cow.
The air doesn't even go to its lungs.
Nope.
Instead, it goes to an air sac at the rear of the bird called a posterior air sac. This isn't a lung. No gas exchange happens there.
So it's like a temporary storage tank for air that they breathe in. So they take a breath, that air sac fills up.
It's just a holding chamber for air. When the bird exhales, air is pushed from the air sac across the lung. But you might have noticed, not out of the body. When the bird inhales again, new air from outside is pulled into the posterior air sacs, but the air that was in the lung moves into an air sac at the front of the bird, an anterior air sac. When the bird exhales for the second time, new air moves from the posterior air sacs to the lung, but the original air that was in the anterior air sacs finally leaves the body.
Yep, so essentially, when birds are taking a breath, that's only like the first step. We breathe in and we breathe out and we're done, right? With birds, there are extra steps involved. So that air sac fills up, and then when the bird takes a second breath, the air comes in and pushes the air out of that air sac and through the lungs and into another air sac, and then it also goes throughout the rest of their body too, to a certain extent at least. So they're oxygenating a lot of their cells much more efficiently than we do as mammals.
So air stays in the body for 2 full cycles. New air never mixes with old air, and it moves in a constant direction through the body. The fact that new air never mixes obviously keeps the concentration gradient higher, and that alone can allow more oxygen into the blood.
So 3Aru says birds are running on 4-stroke lungs. We're on 2-stroke. That's one way to look at it, I suppose. Yeah, and a 4-stroke engine is more efficient than a 2-stroke engine, right? It certainly produces less, fewer emissions, right? And it doesn't burn oil. I don't know how well that analogy works, but I like it. Welcome for 3Aru. It's good to have you here.
But the fact that the air travels in a single direction is also extremely important because it means that the blood can travel in the opposite direction, counter current. If they both flowed in the same direction, and let's assume for the purpose of this demonstration that these are Apollo 1 astronauts in a 100% oxygen environment, and that their blood is arriving at the lung with 0% oxygen remaining. So it would start with a 100% oxygen concentration in the air and 0% in the blood. Well, after a little bit of travel, let's say that 10% has moved from the air to the blood. So we're at 90%, 10%. And thus we still have a concentration gradient.
He's really going in depth with this. I appreciate it.
20, still a concentration gradient. 10% more, 70-30. Then 60-40 and 50-50. But at this point, we no longer have a concentration gradient.
Their lung blood
the
and body
blood
blood
and
do
air
not
can
mix.
travel together
I didn't know that.
as long as they want, but no more than 50% of the oxygen will be able to move to the blood. However, if they...
And Rhacodactylus, how are you doing? Reiko, I hope you had an excellent stream.
Rhacodactylus is calling in with 26
it?
raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Reiko, I hope you had an excellent stream. It is really good to see you. How are things? You're talking about reptiles in here, had to support? Well, yeah, birds and dinosaurs and turtles. We'll get to our leatherback turtles in a bit, but we're talking about the respiratory systems of birds, why they're so special. It's good stuff. Anyway, Reiko, I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to see you here. You're playing something called The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Nice. If anybody's not yet following Rhacodactylus, you're missing out. He's a fellow scientist. Streams here on Twitch. On Wednesdays, he does science streams. He works in cognitive science. So, why do people believe what they do? That's kind of his specialty. It's interesting stuff. And he's currently on a partner push. So go follow Rhacodactylus if you want more good science content, especially on Wednesdays. So, yeah. Welcome, Reiko. It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Well, let's continue this, and Oh, we're almost done with the video. Let's continue.
They flow in different directions.
Yeah.
It works a bit differently. Let's assume the same conditions as before, 100% and 0%. And let's say that by the time the blood gets to the part of the lung where the air is entering, it's at 99% oxygen concentration. Would there still be a concentration gradient? Yeah. If 10% gets pulled out of the air, so it's only at 90%, will it ever reach blood with less than that? Of course. As it travels towards the blood with 0% oxygen, at some point it will reach blood with less than 90% oxygen in it. In fact, this will always be the case until the air reaches 0% oxygen or the blood reaches 100%. What this means is that because of the unidirectional airflow through the avian lung, they can pull potentially all of the oxygen out of the air. And combined with the fact that the deoxygenated and oxygenated air never mix, this means that the bird lung is way more efficient than your lung. So this explains how these geese can fly over Mount Everest. But how can they survive underwater or with their tracheae tied off? Well, this has more to do with the broken wing. Generally, those things would kill a bird. But
are they getting air from outside? If it's a compound fracture and that wing is broken, is there air able to enter the respiratory system through the broken wing? Is that the idea?
Because those air sacs go into the bones of the bird. The fact that they had a compound fracture protruding through the skin meant that they could literally snorkel through their bones. And now you know. As always, like and subscribe. We hope to see you real soon.
Good stuff. Yeah, here's a link to the Clint's Reptiles video right here. He does excellent work. I need to reach out to him at some point and talk about collaboration. I think that'll be really neat. And I hope that also helps explain why that means that these sauropod dinosaurs would be much more efficient at breathing than me or you. Sorry. They just were. Super, super cool. And this is where birds got that unidirectional airflow system from their dinosaur ancestors. Super cool. Yeah. Anyhow. Awesome. Very, very cool. Makes me wonder about penguins too. I know, right? PP? Yeah. And nasty respiratory infection. That's actually what this paper is about. So this dinosaur had a respiratory infection, not in its lungs, not even in its torso, but in its neck. There was like Aspergillus fungi-like growths infecting its bones and like deforming them in the neck. So this poor dinosaur, I guess, had a respiratory infection that spread to the bones, spread to its neck vertebrae. That's what this paper was about. So yeah, really, really interesting. Here we go. Sorrow throat, first evidence of dinosaur respiratory infection. And is this? Oh, this is a Matt Wadle video. Oh, cool. Okay. Anyway, here is a link right here. Nice. So yeah. Anyway, it is Turtle Tuesday. We should talk a little bit about leatherback turtles, shouldn't we? I've been putting together a playlist on YouTube for anybody who would like to learn more about leatherback turtles. Give you a link to that here, and we'll pick a video off of it to take a look at. There we go. You can save that for a rainy day if you would like to. But, here, let's watch this quick one from Animal Fact Files, and then we'll get into this older video, Last Journey for the Leatherback, about their conservation and everything. So, here,
today
start off
on
with this.
Animal Fact Files, we're discussing leatherback sea turtles.
Yeah.
These are the largest living turtles in the world, reaching 7 feet long, with flippers that span even further.
This is the boat that I was supposed to be on at the beginning of the month if we hadn't had bad weather. Hopefully, inshallah, be on there next year, and yeah.
These turtles range from 500 to 2,000 pounds.
So there aren't actually any reliable records of them reaching 2,000 pounds, but they do seem to get close.
That's as much as a rhinoceros. Leatherbacks are separated from the other 6 sea turtle species by their unique appearance.
Yep.
As their name implies, leatherback sea turtles lack the hard, bony shell seen in other sea turtles.
So we call that the carapace. The carapace is on top, and the plastron is the chest plate. That's the bottom of the shell. So here, given that we're on Twitch here. Mario Kart, spelled with a K, right? Turtle shell. You've got both the carapace and the plastron there. The carapace on top, the plastron underneath. You don't have this for a leatherback turtle. You know? You've never reached 2,000 pounds? Me neither, Mayor Space. Someday, though. Inshallah. Dermo, Keeley's skeleton. So that's a leatherback turtle skeleton there. The flippers are a little bit... They shouldn't be like that. But anyway, they just have a rib cage. They don't have a hard shell like a turtle. So what you see here, or here, there we go. That's just the leathery covering that's been taxidermied like that. There are little bony ossicles that make up the carapace, but they're kind of floating in the skin. There isn't like a hard shell like there is for other sea turtles. So think of it more like this. Or, there we go, like this. That's a leatherback turtle skeleton. They don't have the hard shell like all other sea turtles, or frankly, nearly all other turtles. So not all turtles have shells. The leatherback turtle, its shell is severely reduced, which makes them unique. They're separated from all other sea turtles by like maybe 60, maybe 80 million years of evolution. They're very different. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. There are other kinds of turtle, like the Trionychids. Trionychid skeleton. So your soft-shell turtles, well, I guess they do kind of have the... Yeah, they do-ish. Yeah. Never mind. I guess the leatherback turtle is unique in that regard, too. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, not all turtles have shells. Not all heroes wear capes. Not all turtles have a fully fused carapace and plastron. Yeah. That's a very small neck for such a huge creature. I mean, yeah, they don't have a very long neck. That's true. They're not osteoderms. They're, what do we call the ossicles? So the ossicles of these critters, they've got these little bony plates that make up the shell, but they're kind of loose and they form kind of a mosaic, and it's embedded in the skin, and it's soft and flexible, and the exterior is leathery. So there we go. Yeah, like that. That's kind of the key to how these animals work, is having that soft, flexible shell. It's like Scott Benson says in that other video. There we go.
Ampelon. That was the predecessor to the leatherback. And that animal there was on the order of 12 to 18 feet long. Huge creature.
Predecessor.
It does not have a hard shell.
That,
It has a carapace that's covered in skin. So if you scratch it, it would actually bleed.
Yep.
This is actually an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth.
Yep.
It's got.
So what's really wild is that leatherback turtles dive so deep that they're under tremendous pressure from all the water above them. Like, you and I would be crushed like a grape. It would be grisly. It'd be disgusting. You wouldn't want to see that. But a leatherback turtle, they will routinely dive down 2,000-3,000 feet, 4,000 feet sometimes. I think the greatest depth is something like 4,200 feet, something like that. They dive down so deep that their leathery shell compresses, and it forces all of the oxygen out of their lungs. And yet they're still able to swim around and oxygenate their cells because they're very, very good at spreading the oxygen to other tissues in their bodies. So even though their lungs don't have any oxygen left, it all gets forced out, they can still survive and swim around that deep. Also, they have a trachea that is reinforced, so their windpipe has got like cartilage around it that keeps it from compressing, so they can store oxygen in there. It's remarkable. Yeah. And they don't get the bends, little pink pony. It's so cool, you know? Yeah. Yeah, and they want to go under. In fact, sometimes when they're going to do a really big deep dive, they will purposefully exhale most of their lung capacity. So they'll just they'll force most of the air out of their body before they even dive down. Because having a lot of air in your lungs makes you more buoyant. It makes it difficult to dive. So it's kind of like a submarine blowing its ballast tanks. You know, let's get rid of the air in these ballast tanks so we'll dive down deeper. Become more dense. That's what these turtles do too. It's remarkable. Other animals do that too. So like elephant seals will do this when they're diving really deep. It's super cool. So yeah.
A very high growth rate.
They also grow really fast.
Vascularization. This makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones like humerus, which is used typically with most of the other hard-shelled species. So in this case, to age a leatherback, you actually have to recover a dead animal and get little bones behind the eye ossicles that aren't vascularized. So you can do the same type of measurements of rings in the bones to estimate age. But
yeah, anyway, they're fairly mysterious animals in a lot of ways. We're still kind of learning new things about them.
Instead, they have bony plates covered.
Guys, Flavius says, "Sorry, man, can't sub till payday," but I will. I appreciate that. Thank you. No, that means a lot to me. Somebody might give you a gift sub in the meantime. We'll see.
By leathery skin, hence the common name. This skin helps leatherbacks maintain a higher temperature than their surrounding environment, meaning they can live in colder
water. Oh, here, hang on. We'll talk about this in a minute. But the name leatherback comes from that leathery back, like we were talking about. They don't have that hard skeleton. They've got, again, just like
really
this.
Spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Salamander. Hey, I appreciate that very much. Enjoy, Gaius Flavius Josephus.
Floppy Salamander gifted a tier 1 sub to Gaius Flavius Josephus. They have 197 gift subs in the channel.
Salamander says,
Got him! Got him!
Do I have that as a... Don't have that as a... I don't think so. Soundboard effect? No, I do!
Got him!
Nice. Anyway, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Dermacheles coriacea, the leatherback turtle, it is so called because it's got a leathery back. No hard shell like other turtles. It's leathery. It's soft. It's squishy. It compresses at depth. Other names for the leatherback turtle are the luth turtle. I think that might be French derived. Yeah, you search luth turtle. This is what you get. Yeah, luth turtle, lute turtle, leathery turtle, or simply the luth, some people call it. There's a bunch of different names for it around the world. I want to say people in, was it Malaysia or Micronesia? I forget, but they call it like the starry sky turtle because the pattern on the back reminds people of like a starry night sky, which you can see. Lute turtle, though. Lute, like the musical instrument. They are so named because a lute, as far as I know, has 7 strings, and leatherback turtles have 7 ridges that run up their carapace, up their back. So somebody at some point, they looked at this turtle and they're like, yeah, that reminds me of a lute. Those lines running longitudinally like that. So the ridges on the shell are the ossicles. The ossicles make up some of the ridges, but the ossicles are also in between all of them too. Fafnir. So yeah. Here, I've got a model of a leatherback turtle right here. I can show you. So, you count them, it goes... Focus in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right here. 7 ridges on the back. Just like the 7 strings on a lute. Make sense? Yeah. Yes, and Lordy, in Puerto Rico, they call this turtle El Tinglar, which I don't actually know what that translates to, and I've been unable to find that out anywhere. It might just be like a phonetic name, but here, I'll show you one of the souvenirs I got in Puerto Rico back in May. It talks about Tinglar with an A, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Check this out. Yo cuido mi madre tierra, so it means like I care for my mother earth. And I protected El Tinglar, the leatherback. Isn't that lovely? Good stuff. Yeah. And, oh, this one doesn't say Tinglar, it just says Tortuguitas, which is baby turtles. But yeah. Anyway, so different places, they've got different names for this animal because it is so widespread. They are found all around the world. The range on these critters is incredible. So right here, this is a map of where they live. So in all the world's oceans, except I guess they don't really live in the Great Southern Ocean, and they don't really go up into the Arctic most of the time. But basically everywhere else. You know? And it is a regional word for the leatherback, Lordy, yeah. I just wonder if there's a direct translation where if it means something in Spanish, because I haven't been able to figure that out yet. Yeah, I would carry that while wandering around Ireland. It says, get a kitten. Well, you might be able to get one. There. Here's the organization here. Coalición Pro Corredor Ecológico del Noreste. Del Noreste, rather. looking into maybe working with this group in Puerto Rico next year. We'll see. We'll see. But,
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Ikawala, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. 38 months there. Thank you, thank you. Brilliant. So yeah, here, oh, wrong button. Here, let me see if I can find. There, this is all gonna be in Spanish, but we can translate it to English. Yeah. Tinglar Festival, there we go. Facebook. That's not what I'm looking for. Fotos noticias donar. I don't know if you can purchase anything. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Super cool. This shows like the native people of Puerto Rico seeing El Tinglar, the leatherbacks, coming up on the beach. So Saturday the 13th of April at Plaza de Luquillo. I was in Luquillo at the end of the Puerto Rico trip. Very cool. There's local organizations that support this. Oh, I love this. So there's the Puerto Rican flag on the carapace of a leatherback turtle. Super cool. So yeah. Anyway, here is a link to the organization. You could see about maybe getting one of these. I got this in like a local... there's like a shop selling pieces from local artists. They happen to have this. I bought like every leatherback thing I could find there, and I got those as souvenirs for family. I got home and I'm like, you got a leatherback thing, you got a leatherback thing, and I kept these bags for myself. But I think pretty much everything else I gave away. Yeah, to my dad, my mom, my brother, my nana. Yeah. The turtle-shaped flag says "Protect me." It does. Yeah. Protégeme. Protect me. I love this. So yeah, I'm hoping to go to Puerto Rico next year. To do some leatherback turtle conservation related things and see if I can stream it. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Let's get back to our leatherback video here as a little intro.
Skin, hence the common name. This skin helps leatherbacks maintain a higher temperature than their surrounding environment, meaning they can live in colder water than any other living sea turtles.
Yep.
For this reason.
In fact, that's actually another superlative that I should add. I've been coming up with a list. I might do a new cold open video. What was that? Leatherback superlatives. Let's see. Most cold resistant of all sea turtles. Yeah.
Leatherbacks are the most wide-ranging reptiles alive today.
Yeah.
Leatherback sea turtles live from subarctic marine waters to the tropics.
Yep.
They nest on
And this is incomplete. I mean, they have definitely been recorded in this area here in like Southern California going down into the Baja Peninsula. They've been found here. I know that there are records of them from the Arabian Peninsula as well. I don't know why they have this range map here. Like, they're more widespread than this. I guess these are just areas where they frequent, but they've been spotted lots of other areas too. They've been spotted up here like north of Norway, up in the North Sea. So this range map is incomplete. Again, this is more complete right there. There you go. Yeah, they're not a frequent visitor to Norway, but they have been spotted there for sure, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, you're right. So basically all of the water of, like, mid-latitudes getting up north and down south, everywhere except for, I guess you don't have them in the Caspian Sea there, right? Which is landlocked. Or is that the Black Sea? What's this one called? What is that right there, chat? But yeah. 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 And Susa says Tinglada might be a Boricua word. Indigenous Puerto Rican Caribbean. It could be, yeah. Yeah, it could be like derived from Taino or something like that. Yeah. Tinglado is a term fishermen in Puerto Rico used to describe the bottom of their canoe. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Anywho, is this the Black Sea? Thank you, Reiko. Appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho, the point is they're kind of everywhere.
They nest on temperate and tropical beaches, but do their foraging in colder areas. Some individuals travel thousands of miles one way to reach breeding grounds.
Yep.
Only female leatherbacks leave the water to lay their eggs. Males meet up with females in the deep waters off.
The males do not leave the water to lay their eggs. Now they never leave the water unless they're dead, maybe. Yeah.
Nesting beaches and mate with as many partners as they can. If they were successful at a certain beach during a previous breeding season, the turtles will return to that same beach. Over the course of the season, they may use multiple different beaches to lay their eggs.
Pro-turtle propaganda. We're all about that here. All glory to the testudines, especially leatherback turtles.
Backs have an average of 100 eggs per nest and produce about a dozen nests each time they breed. They take 2 to 3 year intervals between nesting events.
What's crazy is that they also have the largest volume of eggs of any animal. So they produce the most eggage of any creature on our planet. And so they basically have to take a few years to recharge in between breeding seasons because it just takes so much out of them. They produce literally hundreds of eggs each breeding season. And yeah, it's nuts. There's so much nutrient, so much energy that has to go into all of this that they can't do it every year.
The babies hatch at night and their sex is temperature dependent. They're most vulnerable during this part of their lives.
Oh, cute.
Only about 50% of leatherback eggs hatch. Nests and young are produced.
And so those nest success rates can drop when you have temperatures that are too high. So global warming is a threat to these animals as well.
Created by crabs, gulls, raccoons, and more. As they get older, their predators decrease. However, they may still be taken by sharks and killer whales.
I don't know if we actually have a recorded instance of an adult leatherback being eaten by an orca or something like that. There certainly are leatherbacks that are missing flippers, especially the back flippers. It'd be kind of hard to get around with one of your front flippers missing. But there are lots of recorded instances of the females missing a hind flipper, maybe bitten off by a shark or by an orca or something like that. But they're remarkably resilient animals. And they're also ones that have got big scars on their carapace from like getting torn up by boat propellers and stuff. If they're not killed outright by that, there's a good chance that they might survive. They're incredibly tough animals.
That doesn't mean they won't go down without a fight. In one observation, a leatherback chased a shark away after it was attacked, and then proceeded to knock into the observing boat.
Yeah, I was reading about this, where this one turtle was just so hopped up on adrenaline after she'd been approached by a shark. She chased away the shark, and then there's a boat nearby observing this interaction. And she just comes at the boat, and they're like, oh shoot, we need to get out of here. She's going to mess us up.
The greatest threat to leatherback sea turtles is humans. Run-ins with ships and fishing gear, harvesting of nests, and habitat destruction have led to a decline of nearly 50% of the leatherback population in under 100 years.
Yeah.
These massive reptiles spend most of their time out in the open ocean.
Most of their time? This is like 99.99% of their time.
They most commonly inhabit continental shelves, or the area of ocean before it slopes into deep water. That doesn't mean they're limited to shallow waters, though.
No, certainly
Leatherback
not.
sea turtles have been documented diving over 4,000 feet below the waves.
Yep.
They can hold their breath for almost 90 minutes if needed while making these dives. These turtles have knife-like jaws to slice through soft-bodied prey.
Yep.
Their main food source is jellyfish. It may be
jellyfish and other kinds of gelatinous zooplankton too. They don't just eat jellyfish. They eat similar things like salps. Like this right here. Yeah, there's a big one. Just chowing down on this thing. Yeah, remarkable. Yeah, pretty neat.
For this reason, the flesh of leatherbacks can be toxic to consume. Leatherbacks have spiky protrusions in their throats, facing towards their stomach to hold prey in place while they swallow.
Yep.
Aside from jellyfish,
She didn't show that? Well, shoot, the papillae that they have inside their mouths and their throats is something to behold. It's like a sarlacc pit. Look at that. Yeah. Remarkable, right? Nightmare fuel, says Alexander Morrison. I mean, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, certainly. But it is remarkable. Yeah, those are not teeth. This is soft tissue. It's maybe partly keratinized. But, yeah. Wild. And so I tried to portray this in the stickers that I made. You can see that in a bit. Right here. Yeah, look at that mouth. I thought having an open mouth like this would be really cool. Dynamic. Super neat. Real life scarier than science fiction, says Sivsa. I know, right? And Trick Track says, how soft tissue? So when a paleontologist or another kind of biologist might say soft tissue, we just mean it's not bone, you know? And it's not a tooth, and it's not a claw. It's made of soft tissue cells. Soft tissue isn't always soft to the touch. It just means that it doesn't have like a hard bony core or something like that. So these are still going to be kind of flexible. They're still sharp, but it's not like bone or a claw or a tooth. Does that make sense? And it comes out of the soft tissue in the mouth. So it's derived from soft tissue. It's like, think about it like it's like a sharp spiny bit of the gums or something. Does that make sense? So yeah. Different creatures in horror movies. There you go, Chaotic Kitten. Yeah. And it's plasticky in its flexibility. So I was told, in fact, yeah.
Tear it up.
There we go.
So to look at this in this way, this is we call it a gelatinous zooplankton specialist, or a jellivore, or however you'd want to talk about it. And inside that mouth, you see those throat papillae. They look pretty fearsome. They're not hard. They're actually flexible. But it's a great little adaptation to keep, if you've ever been around jellyfish, they're kind of slimy.
Oh yeah.
Keep that stuff moving down the esophagus down to the stomach. And
so those papillae, those spiny bits, they're not just in the mouth; they also go down the throat too. And it's like they go in one direction so that you can't. So what these guys will do is they'll ingest a bunch of water as they're eating a jellyfish, and then they'll force that water back out their throat, and then the jellies get caught on those spines, on those papillae, as the water is rushing out. Does that make sense? It's like a Chinese finger trap, I guess, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
So if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that, but it does work very well for keeping jellies going down.
So I'm actually eager to tell Scott about this at some point. I made some friends during my last field excursion out in Utah from the VPL in Austin, Texas. So the VPL is the Vertebrate Paleontology Collection at the Jackson School Museum of Earth History. Really cool organization. But they have a leatherback who is killed by a boat propeller, unfortunately. But they have the specimen there, and I was looking at pictures, and Erica, who is on our crew, some of you met her when we were doing our field streams at the Gastonia Quarry at Lorry site. Erica was telling me, some of our friends in the lab, they were working on this, and they put their hand into the leatherback's throat, and their hands got torn up. Like, those are sharper and more rigid than I've been told, and that they thought they would be. So, Lordy says gross. I mean, yeah. Yeah. So, interesting. So, it would actually tear your hand up through a glove, potentially. I guess that's what happened. Anyway, that's what I had heard. So, more like broken plastic bits than rubber, maybe, says Charlie's Dragon. That's my understanding as of yet. You know? So, think of them as almost like the little tines on plastic forks, you know? That are even sharper. So, it's... There might be some flexibility there, but they're sharp. Sharp plastic kind of, says Gavigan. Yeah. Anyway.
They also eat cephalopods, snails, fish, and crustaceans.
Do they, though?
It's unknown how long leatherbacks can live in the wild, though they're estimated to reach at least 50 years of age.
Yep.
For more facts on leatherback sea turtles, check out...
Anyway, here's an excellent video from Animal Fact Files. Why not have that thumbs up at this point? Here is a link there in the chat for you, too. The snails are free-floating? Not usually. Unless they're larval. Larval snails might be free-floating. But anyway, yeah. So I figure... Let's take a look at another video before we wrap up. Kind of a longer one. We started this the other day. This is an older video, too, but it's charming. And it talks about the... Well, maybe we'll watch this a different time, actually. Let me find you a shorter one, as we're talking about leatherback conservation. Here we go. Let's take a look at this one. This only has 17 views somehow. It was really good, as I recall. Called Rising Tide. Here is a link I'll give you right at the beginning. There we go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's some great music in this as well.
A turtle in the water is one of the most beautiful things that you could witness, because it's such he or she is in its natural habitat, and you can see him going under, coming up, you know, moving along, gliding along, and it's really beautiful.
So this video is from Trinidad. Matura is the world hotspot. One of the world hotspots for leatherback turtles.
Well, the worst thing I've ever seen in a bycatch is I've seen a male turtle and a female turtle like that, camouflaged. Camouflage is what they call it when they're mating, right? One gets on top of the other, and the net wrapped them now, right? So I was hoping that they was alive. So I was trying to take them out because they were still mounted, right? And when I took them off, when I got the net off from around them, like, they died. And that was heartbreaking. It really was.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and oh.
Trinidad and Tobago is a very popular destination for nesting sea turtles.
Yep. So this organization, Nature Seekers, you'll be hearing a lot about them over the next weeks and months as we talk more about leatherback turtles, because they are one of the leading organizations working to protect these creatures. It's remarkable what they've been able to do. Like, my hat goes off to them. I might contact them to see if they'd be interested in a collaboration as well.
In particular, the northeast coast of Trinidad has a very high density of turtles nesting during the period of March to August each year. The most dominant species of turtles on the coast is the leatherback turtle. And the leatherback turtle is very important to Trinidad and Tobago, largely because the leatherback turtles eat jellyfish. And jellyfish eats fish eggs and baby fishes along the northeast coastal area. So what you'll find here is that the leatherback turtle is actually a friend to the fishermen.
That's right. Yeah, because when sea jellies are eating all kinds of larval fishes and stuff like that, the more sea jellies you have, the fewer small fishes you get, which can grow up into large fishes. So if you can decrease the number of jellies during a population explosion, a population boom of jellies, if you can decrease their numbers through predation like leatherback turtles do, you can have better catches for fishermen, you know? So protecting the turtles can protect the livelihood of the fishermen as well.
Is that the leatherback turtle is actually a friend to the fishermen. These turtles are from Trinidad and Tobago. They were born here and venture out into the deep open ocean and come back again in 20 to 30 years to start the nesting cycle again. Turtles nest for the first time when they're about 20 to 30 years of age. And the oldest turtle on record has been nesting for over 25 to 30 years to date.
Impressive.
Which means that turtle is about 50 years old.
I hear a lot of bad news every day. It's like they never.
I like how they kind of hang this whole video around these musical numbers here.
But if you want to change the world outside, you've got to have a little Freetown inside.
Essentially, there's a lot of work taking place on the land in terms of protecting the nesting females. However, the number of turtles that are being lost in the ocean through sea turtle bycatch is what will eventually kill the population.
Yeah.
Sea turtle bycatch.
And that is also true in the Pacific as well. Like, you can protect the nesting beaches, you can protect the baby turtles, but if the females and the males, adults, are being killed by fishing boats, if they're drowning in these nets, you eventually will drive this species into extinction. So we need to find ways to avoid that, you know? Like, it's a serious problem. And 20 to 30 years old is when they start nesting. So we're still not totally sure how old they are when they start nesting, Chaotic Kitten. It's kind of debated. Because like we saw in a previous video, it's really difficult to age them. They basically have to be dead before you can do that. And you have to take the bones out from the eye sockets and then do histology on those. They're such fast-growing animals that you don't get your proper growth rings in the other bones. So it's really difficult to tell how old they are. So it's one of those things that's still kind of a mystery, you know? Yeah. So 20 to 30 years old when they start nesting, that's probably a little old. I don't know. But we're still kind of trying to figure that out from what I understand.
Catch is catching turtles in a net that was designed to catch fish. When there are a lot of turtles in the waters, fishermen will say that's the best fishing time. So during the turtle season, there's an increase in fishing activity when the price of fish is high and there's a lot of turtles in the water, which increases the amount of sea turtle bycatch.
The fishermen don't want to catch turtles. That's the first thing we have to understand. They don't want to catch turtles. It's just that it ends up in their nets. It causes a lot of problems. It causes situations where they have to spend money to repair nets. So we're not out there to catch turtles.
Turtle bycatch or accidental catching of leatherback turtles is a daily occurrence. Myself would experience catching those turtles at least once every 2 days.
Once every 2 days is so frequently too. I mean, you can see what a problem this is, you know?
And the numbers are between 5 to 10, sometimes it could be more, you know?
So, and every time you catch a turtle, it doesn't mean that the turtle has died. Like, they can hold their breath for a long time. They're not necessarily going to drown, but you have to find a way to get them out of the net before they drown, you know?
And fishermen are very turtle sensitive, so we catch and release. We try our utmost best not to have them drown.
Yeah.
Right? But that is time consuming.
Yep.
And it really hampers the income generation part of our trade, which is very important for our families. So all around, it is a negative occurrence for fishermen. The profit margins are almost nil, and most items in the minus. So that is one of the greatest impact the turtle has on us.
Some say that I'm crazy, I'm losing my mind. There's no other way to save me. Works every time and I'll be outside trying to paint my new sky red. I paint it blue, I paint it green, or any color that makes me feel like I don't belong here, no. So I won't belong here, I'll be gone before you count, oh. Yeah.
Nature Seekers designed the project to build the capacity of the fishermen towards reducing the use of nets during the critical period of the turtle season.
There's a balance to be struck. If somebody is saying to you, look, this is the time when we are catching kingfish. The turtle and the kingfish is in the same area. They're coming in the same area to beach. And you're out there with your net. And if I can make X amount of money today, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to make the turtle my priority. You know, my daily bread is my priority.
We would do it, but just things would have to be put in place. There would have to be some sort of compensation that would be...
Got to pay the bills,
maybe
you know?
not equal, but it gets close to compensating for the amount of money we make around the same fishing time and so yeah, that would probably be it.
There is so many monies in the millions of dollars that is being pumped into turtle conservation, none of which is reaching the fishermen.
Yeah.
And I think that is a critical aspect going forward. If you partner with fishermen rather than partner with community persons to protect sea turtles, I think we'll have a better relationship.
We built this project with the Environmental Management Authority with the hope that we can rally the fishermen around utilizing alternative fishing equipment and to improve the technology that they use in catching fish. A good example of what this means is when a fisherman goes out to sea, he can't tell in the water how deep the fish is at. With a GPS fish finder unit, they can actually tell how deep the fish is swimming, and they can throw enough fishing line that will meet that depth to catch the fish. But you cannot ask...
So they wouldn't need to use a net in that case, which would be a boon. The nets are what are catching the turtles. If you can avoid that, if you can just put down fishing lines instead with baited hooks and target the fishes directly, maybe you could prevent the turtles from being caught. I think that's the idea.
A fisherman to put down a net that they paid $30,000 to $40,000 to build to use something else that they don't have. So essentially, this program was geared towards creating a level of incentive to support the fishing community to move away from net fishing.
The projects like what the Nature Seeker is doing, yes, I think it's good. And actually, I think it's, like I said, within the last 7 years, I have seen like an increase of awareness on the turtles and what's happening out here, you know. So I think it's good, and it actually helping, because I think the government will be aware when they see nature seekers working with the fishermen, and they see like we willing to accept certain things. I think they would fall in eventually and help out in a bigger, better way.
The world is changing every day. There will be a whole lot of hell to pay. So I got to find my hiding place to maintain my smiling face. So when you're standing all alone and the world is passing by, if you feel like there's no hope and there's water in your eyes, I just want you to know you're not alone.
You see, we need a lot of education here in terms of fishermen need to be educated to look further than the catch when they make some money, and they need to think of the generations coming after.
Also, education only goes so
that
far.
sort of thing. And this is where they need to be
bills,
educated in that, along those lines, to develop not just for themselves, but see a future for the area itself.
Many fishermen bring their children into the fishing careers, but they use the same training and skills that their parents would pass down, and which means that the skill is not upgrading. And we hope to assist with that, to work with, bring other fishing capacity up to the coast, to share skills so that fishermen can learn new techniques, they can understand the process of fishing much better, and the children can see fishing as a career.
One of the things that I always talk about is that, yes, you have agriculture in the secondary school, where you have kids learning how to plant a crop and that sort of thing, but you have nothing about fishing in an area like this.
Interesting.
So, you know, you're breeding people, you're educating people to leave Toko.
Leaving this
draining Toko.
This local
when it
community.
comes to the sea, I love it. It's, you know, it's beautiful. The sea is just full of ambience. You go out there and you sit in your boat and, you know, just the shimmer of the water. A dolphin might raise up, a turtle might swim, it's just everlasting beauty out there. It's something, it's breathtaking, something that it's in this, you can't describe it. I'm trying to describe it, but I cannot describe it.
The overall aim of the project is to help the fishermen to understand their current situation and to provide an opportunity for them to move away into a more sustainable approach to fishing, but also a sustainable approach to developing and growing livelihood opportunities.
In order to move Trinidad forward, we've got to become first world thinkers rather than seeing ourselves in this, you know, as in other words, I am coming down just after I left and see somebody throwing a plastic bottle out of the car, you know, and I'm saying, hey, normally I would have horns blowing poof behind me, telling me that's not the thing to do. It's a selfish kind of situation going on with everybody, you know.
I mean, to be fair, we have the same kind of thing here in the United States, especially being done by the federal government right now. Real first world country we have here in the United States.
What I could get for myself, and I don't care about other people. And when the tide rises, all the boats will rise.
I'll be outside trying to paint my new sky red. I'll paint it blue, I'll paint it green, or any color that may.
Beautiful video.
I don't belong here and do.
17 views on it.
I'll be gone.
Here, give it a thumbs up if you want. There's only one so far. That's from me.
Outside, trying to
So, I don't know. I'm looking into maybe going to Trinidad in the coming year. Get involved with leatherback conservation. We'll see. You know? We'll see. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And if you're, I don't know. When I saw this, I thought, how can I help? What can I do? No, I don't live in Trinidad. I presume not many of you do either. But when we're thinking about fishing practices, when we're thinking about how that affects critters like leatherback turtles,
jolly good show, chaps.
there's a really simple thing that you can do. If you're at the store and you're looking to purchase some seafood, there's a website that you can visit which will tell you what are good options and what aren't. If, like me, you're really concerned about this kind of thing, you want to make sure that, at the very, very least, at least, you've got a clean conscience, you know? There's a really easy way to do that. Here. Monterey Bay Aquarium is...
People are going to eat lots of seafood. They're going to eat more seafood going into the future. And if we're going to protect the oceans, we've got to be as sustainable as we can.
Yeah.
And the people that Seafood Watch has...
I personally don't eat seafood.
...have a really good feel for how...
for a number of reasons.
...business has to work.
But if you do...
and understanding how markets work...
you can at least be smart about it. You can at least try and make an effort.
Part of the reason why the Seafood Watch standard is so credible is because they have such a strong scientific background. The Seafood Watch...
Austerlitz says seafood is healthy. Sometimes it's not. Holy cow, there's a lot of mercury in it.
team
Yeah.
really gets out there and understands the fisheries and the aquaculture that they're assessing.
We don't just look at expertise from the United States. We really go into the regions where the seafood's being produced, the regions that are importing the most seafood. We really want to understand the realities of what's going on out there.
They're really working with a whole range of producers in developing countries, in data poor situations.
I think in general, the credibility that Seafood Watch brings to us as a company in our sourcing is amazing, and it's really good to know that what you put into your products comes from sustainable sources.
It's a very successful strategy.
Anyway,
really,
Seafood Watch, Monterey Bay Aquarium. It's
globally.
Yeah.
We
It's a good program.
Really critical point
And it's based on real science. Like, there's actual research that goes into this. This is not opinions. This is not like a marketing push. This is not an industry-sponsored thing. This is, you know, there are actually people studying this issue. People like me, you know? I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, also getting interested in turtles now, too. But I do this because this is what I love. I'm passionate about this. There are people who run this program, their passion is marine conservation. Studying marine animals, fishes, sea turtles, whales, other critters like that. And this is what they're all about. Their input is what makes the Seafood Watch program what it is. So here, I'll give you a link. And I'd love to be able to maybe do a collaborative stream with the Monterey Bay Aquarium at some point. Yeah, recommendations for seafood. So, there used to be an app that you could download. Nowadays, it's just a website. They've kind of simplified things. So if you bookmark this, or just remember Seafood Watch from the Monterey Bay Aquarium, next time you're looking to buy fish or crustaceans or any kind of mollusk or any kind of seafood, remember this name, Seafood Watch. And yeah, so search species. Let's try trout and refined by best choice. Search. Yeah, trout buying guide. by lake trout caught in the Great Lakes. Farmed rainbow trout from the US, Canada, or Colombia. Avoid rainbow trout farmed in Chile in marine net pens. So some of this like aquaculture, like when they raise 1 million of these fish in a pen out at sea, just all of their waste is going out into the environment. They're developing diseases and stuff which can spread to wild fish. It's just bad news overall. So anyway, the point is there's all kinds of good recommendations in here so that you can know that you're making an informed choice. And chances are it's going to be healthier too, if that's what you're concerned about. So, yeah. That's awesome. This is cool. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah. So again, seafoodwatch.org. There's the link again in the chat for the second time. There you go. Yeah. So you want to make sure you're avoiding that zombie salmon, like Alexander Morrison says. Yeah. And Benny Bonbon says, thank you for the resources and information. Of course. Yeah. Welcome, Benny Bonbon. We'll be talking a lot more about leatherback turtles, interviewing people who work on these critters both in a research and conservation capacity. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, next year we might be able to get some leatherback turtles live on stream in front of the camera, working on this sort of thing. And I'm going to be getting involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation as well. So this is going to be an ongoing theme throughout the coming year here on Paleontologizing. In between all of our dinosaur digs, interviewing other paleontologists, visiting fossil museums, going out to the field, all that good stuff. We'll be doing some leatherback turtle work as well. And oh man, I can't wait. Anyway, with that having been said, I hope you will tune in tomorrow for a very special stream. Yeah. Oh, good. I got a response from Carrie. Excellent. There we go. So, tomorrow we're going to be starting this new series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology called The Fossil Finders. So, we're being joined by an old friend of mine, a colleague, Dr. Carrie Woodruff, who is now the new curator of vertebrate paleontology at the Frost Science Museum in Miami, Florida. He's a guy who works on sauropod dinosaurs, your big long-necked dinosaurs. He also did his doctoral degree on pachycephalosaurs. We'll be talking about those and talking about field stories. It's going to be a really good time, so I hope you'll tune in for tomorrow's stream. It's a big deal for me. This is our first interview in this new series. I've been a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology for feels like a couple decades at this point, and I've recently joined the communications committee of SVP. So I'm joining the leadership of this society, and they're asking me to help promote the society, promote the work of society members, and just do some good science outreach. So I hope you'll tune in for that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Here's a link, by the way, if you happen to have Instagram and wouldn't mind liking that post or commenting on it. That would help me out, too. Yeah, 62 likes so far, including Cooking with Lordy. Excellent. So anyway, it's going to be great. I can't wait. And I got to go get ready for this. Draft up some more questions for Carrie. All that good stuff. So, it is time to wrap up today's stream and get ready for tomorrow's. So, without further ado, let us run our credits here and see whom we shall raid into. Don't go away just yet. We'll see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Big thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits. Live right now. Let's see. right into science streams right at the beginning. Good stuff. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits, from new followers to raiders, subscribers, resubscribers, gifters, cheerers, everybody who helps support this channel financially. I could not do this without your help, so thank you tremendously for that. It's such a privilege to be able to bring you paleontology, natural history, science on a 4 days a week basis, full time. I appreciate that more than you know, and thank you very much, moderators, for doing everything that you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, and also answering questions in the chat, pulling up commands, doing shout outs. You make my life so much easier, mods, and I am deeply, deeply grateful for that. We're gonna raid into science streams right now. So Balint and Lita are a married couple of molecular and systems biologists and geneticists. They do excellent science outreach, and I am proud to support them. I consider them personal friends, and I just want to see them thrive here on Twitch. I'd love to see them be able to go full-time with their mission of science outreach and education. So let's go right in, and I'll see you there in the chat, everybody. And I hope to see you tomorrow.